The ink was still wet on her father's signature when Elena Morgan understood she'd been sold. Not metaphorically. Not in the dramatic, swooning sense of Victorian novels she'd catalogued at the Frick collection. Actually sold. Her name printed on line 17 of a marriage contract beside a dollar amount that made her stomach clench. $4.2 million. The exact sum of her father's debt to Cross Industries. Down to the last penny. Your hand is shaking. Damien Cross's voice cut through the silence of his penthouse office. Low, controlled, the kind of voice that expected obedience. Elena looked up from the document, meeting his eyes for the first time since her father had deposited her in this glass fortress overlooking Manhattan and fled. Wouldn't yours? She heard the tremor in her words, hated it. No. He leaned back in his chair, a throne of black leather positioned precisely before floor-to-ceiling windows that framed the city like a conquered territory. At 34, Damien Cross had the face of a Renaissance prince and the reputation of a corporate executioner. Dark hair, darker eyes, the kind of bone structure that photographers loved and rivals feared. He wore a three-piece suit like armor, charcoal wool that probably cost more than her monthly rent. I don't sign contracts I haven't already decided to honor. Elena's fingers tightened on the pen. Mont Blanc heavy as a weapon. He'd placed it beside the contract with the casual precision of someone who controlled every element of his environment. The office itself was a study in sterile power. Black desk, white walls, no photographs, no softness. Only glass and steel and the glittering sprawl of Manhattan 70 floors below. I don't have a choice. The words tasted like ash. Everyone has a choice. Damien rose, moving around the desk with the fluid grace of a predator. He stopped 3 feet away, close enough to invade her space, far enough to maintain plausible demurity. You could walk out that door. Take your father's bankruptcy, his public humiliation, his probable suicide. Or you could sign. The cruelty was casual, clinical. Elena's breath caught. You'd let him. I don't let anything happen, Miss Morgan. I simply present options and allow people to reveal who they are. He tilted his head, studying her with the focus of a jeweler examining a stone for flaws. Your father revealed himself the moment he gambled away his company on a real estate scheme even a first-year analyst could identify as fraud. You're revealing yourself now. Heat flooded her cheeks, rage not shame. By trying to save him. By hesitating. Damien's gaze dropped to the contract, then back to her face. You've been holding that pen for 4 minutes. Either you believe martyrdom is a virtue, or you're calculating whether I'm a worse fate than poverty. Which is it? Elena wanted to throw the pen at his perfect face. Instead she forced herself to look at him, really look. Past the brutal beauty and the bespoke suit to the man beneath. His eyes were the color of winter smoke, cold and fathomless. But there was something else in them, something that flickered when he looked at her. Not desire exactly. Recognition. Have we met before? The question escaped before she could stop it. His expression didn't change, but his shoulders tensed fractionally. No. You're lying. Elena stood, meeting his height with her heels. She was tall, 5'9" without them, but he still had 3 inches on her. You looked at me when I walked in like you already knew my face. I know everyone's face. Damien reached past her, retrieving a crystal decanter from the bar cart. Whiskey, amber as his lies. He poured 2 fingers into a glass, the sound obscenely loud in the silence. It's called due diligence. I don't acquire assets without research. Assets. The word landed like a slap. Is that what I am? Elena heard her voice sharpen, the fury she'd been swallowing since her father's confession finally cutting through shock. An asset. Like your buildings and your companies and your... Yes. He took a slow sip, watching her over the rim. For the next 5 years, per the terms of the contract, you are precisely that. My wife in name and legal standing. My companion at public events. My responsibility to house, clothe, and maintain in the lifestyle appropriate to the Cross name. Another sip. In exchange, your father's debt is forgiven, his remaining assets protected from seizure, and you receive a settlement of $1 million upon successful completion of the term. 5 years. The number had seemed abstract on paper. Now it stretched before her like a prison sentence. And if I refuse the arrangement before the term ends, the contract defaults. Your father loses everything. Damien set down the glass, the crystal clicking against the desk's glass surface. Including the Brooklyn Heights property your mother left you in trust. I believe it's a brownstone. 4 stories pre-war, recently appraised at $2.8 million. I slid down Elena's spine. That's not part of his assets. It's mine. Legally held in a trust your father manages until you turn 30. Damien's smile was a knife blade. He used it as collateral on his last loan. The one he defaulted on 3 weeks ago. The room tilted. Elena gripped the edge of the desk, her mother's voice echoing across 5 years of grief. Asterisk, the house is yours, baby. No matter what happens, you'll always have the house. Asterisk. Except she wouldn't. Because her father had traded even that away. You bastard. The words came out broken. You absolute pragmatist. Damien finished. I'm offering you a solution. 5 years of your time in exchange for financial security and the preservation of your mother's legacy. Most women would consider that generous. Most women weren't raised by Evelyn Morgan. Elena lifted her chin, meeting his eyes with every ounce of her mother's steel. She taught me that any man who considers a woman's time transactional isn't a man worth knowing. Something shifted in Damien's face, a crack in the mask there and gone. Your mother was an idealist. Idealists rarely die wealthy. The casual mention of her mother's death punched the air from Elena's lungs. What did you say? I said. You knew her. Elena stepped closer, searching his face for the lie. You knew my mother. I know of her. Damien's tone flattened, deliberate. Evelyn Morgan, art historian, killed 5 years ago in the Brooklyn Heights gallery fire. Tragic accident. Faulty wiring, according to the investigation. Except it hadn't been an accident. Elena had spent 3 years and her entire savings proving it, tracing the gallery's ownership back through shell companies and offshore accounts to a corporate sabotage scheme that destroyed 4 businesses and 5 lives. The trail had gone cold at a holding company called Meridian Holdings. She'd never discovered who owned Meridian, but she'd memorized every name connected to the case, including Victor Cross, Damien's father. The fire wasn't an accident. Elena watched his face, looking for recognition, guilt, anything. It was arson. Corporate sabotage. Your father's company owned the building through a subsidiary. My father owned 300 buildings in Brooklyn. Damien's voice remained level, but his hand tightened on the glass. He's been dead for 2 years. Whatever sins you're attributing to him can't be answered. Convenient. Factual. He drained the whiskey, set down the glass with controlled precision. Victor Cross was many things, Miss Morgan. Most of them reprehensible. But he's not relevant to this conversation. He's relevant if you're using me to. To what? Damien moved closer, invading her space with deliberate intent. Finish some imagined revenge scheme against a dead woman. Torture you with the irony of marrying into the family you blame for your loss. His voice dropped, intimate and cruel. I'm not that creative. This is business. Your father owes me money. You're the collateral he offered. I'm accepting. Elena's heart hammered against her ribs. He was too close, his cologne, something dark and expensive, filling her lungs. You should step back. He didn't. Why me? The question came out steadier than she felt. You could have seized his assets. Destroyed him publicly. Why arrange a marriage? For the first time, Damien hesitated. The pause lasted only a heartbeat, but Elena caught it. The fractional tightening of his jaw, the way his eyes dropped to her mouth before snapping back up. I have my reasons. That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting tonight. He reached past her, retrieving the contract. Sign or don't, Miss Morgan. But decide now. My patience has limits. Elena looked down at the document. Her father's signature mocked her from the bottom of page 3. His handwriting shaky with relief or shame or both. Beside it, Damien's bold scrawl claimed the adjacent line. Confident, controlled, already certain of her answer. She thought of her mother's brownstone, the last physical piece of Evelyn Morgan's life. The house where Elena had learned to see art as prayer, beauty as resistance. Where her mother had taught her that some things were worth fighting for, even when the fight seemed lost. Especially when the fight seemed lost. Elena picked up the pen. I want the house transferred to my name immediately, she said. Not in 5 years. Before I sign. Damien's eyebrow lifted. That's not how leverage works. Then we don't have a deal. Elena met his stare, refusing to blink. You want a wife. I want insurance that you'll honor the contract. The house transfers today, or I walk. Silence stretched between them, taut as a wire. Manhattan glittered beyond the windows, indifferent to the negotiation taking place in its shadow. Finally, Damien reached for his phone. James. Draft an immediate property transfer for the Brooklyn Heights brownstone. Trust designation to individual ownership. Recipient Elena Morgan. I want it filed before close of business. He ended the call, his eyes never leaving hers. Satisfied? No. Elena positioned the pen over her signature line. But realistic. Design. The ink bled into expensive paper, sealing her fate in permanent black. Damien took the contract, reviewing her signature with the same clinical assessment he'd given her body when she'd first entered the office. Then he opened a drawer, retrieved a small velvet box, and placed it on the desk between them. Your engagement ring. You'll wear it in public. Elena opened the box. A diamond solitaire stared back, easily 4 carats, colorless and cold as the man who'd chosen it. Beautiful. Impersonal. Expensive enough to broadcast ownership. It's lovely, she lied. It's appropriate. Damien checked his watch. Platinum, she noticed, with complications that probably cost more than a car. The wedding is scheduled for Friday. City Hall noon. Wear something suitable for photographs. My PR team will handle the announcement. 4 days. She had 4 days of freedom left. How efficient. Elena closed the box with a snap. Tell me, Mr. Cross, do you approach everything with this much romance? Romance is a fairy tale people tell themselves to justify poor decisions. Damien returned to his chair, dismissing her with a gesture. I prefer contracts. Clearer terms, enforceable consequences. And if I want to renegotiate the terms. His smile was winter frost. Then you should have read the fine print before signing. Elena turned toward the door, her heels clicking against imported marble. She made it 3 steps before his voice stopped her. Miss Morgan. She looked back. Damien had risen again, moving to the windows. Backlit by Manhattan's glow. He looked like a king surveying his kingdom. Powerful, isolated, untouchable. Your father failed to mention you'd be difficult, he said. His voice carrying a note she couldn't identify. Not quite approval. Not quite anticipation. Good. Elena's hand tightened on the door handle. Why good? Damien lifted his whiskey glass in a mock toast, the wedding band on his left hand, already worn, she noticed with a chill, clicking against the crystal. Because easy things bore me, he said. And I don't intend to be bored for the next 5 years. The door closed behind her with a soft, final click. Chapter 1. The Glass Fortress. Elena spent her last night of freedom in her mother's brownstone, surrounded by ghosts. The house hadn't changed since Evelyn Morgan's death. Elena had kept it preserved like a museum, unable to alter the careful arrangement of art books on the shelves or the faded Persian rugs her mother had hunted through estate sales. Now legally hers as of 4:47 p.m. that afternoon, it felt more like a mausoleum than a sanctuary. She'd received the property transfer documents via courier an hour after leaving Damien's office. No note, no explanation. Just her name on the deed and a single line in the accompanying letter. Asterisk as agreed. Issy asterisk. Even his correspondence was territorial. Elena poured herself a glass of her mother's vintage Bordeaux, saved for special occasions that never came, and climbed to the third-floor studio. Through the tall windows, Brooklyn Heights spread below, brownstone rooftops and tree-lined streets that had once felt like home. Across the East River, Manhattan's towers glittered with cold promise. Somewhere in that forest of glass and steel, Damien Cross was probably still working. She imagined him in his penthouse office, reviewing contracts with the same clinical precision he'd used to assess her signature. Did he think of her at all? Or had she already been filed away, another acquisition processed and forgotten? Her phone buzzed. A text from her father. Asterisk thank you, sweetheart. I know this isn't what you wanted. I'll make it up to you, asterisk. Elena deleted it without responding. Some debts couldn't be repaid. The car arrived at 9 a.m. Friday morning, a black Mercedes with windows tinted dark enough to hide sins. The driver, a granite-faced man who introduced himself only as Thomas, held the door with military precision. Mr. Cross is waiting at City Hall, Miss Morgan. Not will pick up Mr. Cross or he'll meet you there. Waiting. As if her punctuality was already expected. Her compliance assumed. Elena slid into the leather interior wearing the one designer dress she owned, a simple sheath in midnight blue that her mother had bought her for gallery openings. Suitable for photographs, per Damien's instructions. Suitable for a funeral. City Hall's steps were crowded with actual couples, young, laughing, carrying bouquets from corner bodegas. Elena watched a bride in a vintage lace gown kiss her partner, their joy so uncomplicated it hurt to witness. Miss Morgan, he turned. Damien stood in the shadow of a marble column, somehow making a charcoal suit look like evening wear. He'd shaved since their last meeting, the sharp line of his jaw even more pronounced. No smile. No greeting beyond her name. You're late, he said. I'm 3 minutes early. I've been here for 20. He gestured toward the entrance, not offering his arm. Shall we? The ceremony lasted 8 minutes. A bored clerk read the legal language while Elena and Damien stood before a desk scarred with decades of initials carved by optimistic newlyweds. When prompted, Elena heard herself say, "I do," in a voice that belonged to someone else. Damien's response was crisp, businesslike, a board meeting confirmation. The ring he slipped on her finger matched the engagement diamond. Platinum, flawless, cold enough to burn. You may kiss the bride. Damien's hand cupped her jaw, tilting her face up with practiced control. His mouth brushed hers. Barely contact, more threat than promise. He tasted like coffee and possession. The kiss lasted exactly 3 seconds before he pulled back. His expression unchanged. Smile, he murmured against her ear. We have an audience. Elena turned. A photographer she hadn't noticed stood near the doorway, camera raised. Of course Damien had arranged documentation. Evidence of the transaction. She smiled. The flash went off, capturing her performance for posterity. The penthouse was worse in daylight. Thomas delivered her there directly from City Hall, Damien following in a separate car, already dividing their lives into parallel tracks. Elena stood in the marble foyer, her single suitcase at her feet, and studied her new prison. 73rd floor. 3,000 square feet of sterile luxury. The main living area was an open plan of white leather furniture arranged around a glass coffee table that probably cost more than a semester at Columbia. Abstract art on the walls, expensive, impersonal, chosen by a decorator who understood investment but not beauty. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed Manhattan like a conquest, the city spread below in geometric precision. No photographs, no books, no evidence that a human being actually lived here. Your room is the second door on the left. Elena spun. Damien had entered silently, already loosening his tie. He'd removed his jacket, his white shirt crisp despite the morning's events. The wedding band glinted on his hand as he gestured down the hallway. "Second door," she repeated. "Not the master. I value my privacy." He moved to the bar, black marble fully stocked, and poured 2 fingers of whiskey despite the early hour. "You'll have your own space. Your own bathroom. I've arranged for your belongings to be moved from Brooklyn Heights tomorrow. I didn't agree to move everything. You agreed to live here." Damien took a slow sip, watching her over the rim. "That requires more than a single suitcase." Elena's fingers tightened on her bag's handle. "What if I want to keep the brownstone as it is? Then you're wasting valuable real estate." He set down the glass with controlled precision. "But it's your property now. Do what you want." The casual dismissal stung more than possessiveness would have. At least possessiveness implied he cared enough to control her. This indifference suggested she'd already been categorized and shelved. "What are the rules?" Elena asked. "Rules? You said in your office. Separate rooms, public appearances required. No questions about your business." She moved into the living area, maintaining distance. "What else?" Damien studied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he crossed to a side table, retrieved a folder, and held it out. "Your schedule. Charity events, business dinners, gallery openings. My assistant will coordinate with you 48 hours in advance. You'll be provided appropriate attire for each occasion." "Provided?" Elena took the folder without opening it. "Like a doll. Like a wife who understands the importance of presentation." He returned to the bar, refilling his glass. "The Cross name carries expectations. You'll meet them. Or what?" His smile was a blade. "Or you'll discover that contracts have enforcement clauses." Elena opened the folder. Page after page of calendar entries stretched before her. Galas, fundraisers, corporate dinners. 3 to 4 events per week, every week for the next 5 years. Her life scheduled and controlled. She looked up. "When do I work?" "Work? My job. At the Frick collection." Elena kept her voice level despite the dread pooling in her stomach. "I'm a curator. I have responsibilities." Damien's expression didn't change, but something shuttered behind his eyes. "You'll resign. Today." "Absolutely not. It's not a negotiation." He set down his glass, moving toward her with deliberate intent. "You're Elena Cross now. Your job is managing this household and representing my interests at public functions. That's incompatible with a 40-hour work week cataloging dead people's art." Heat flooded Elena's face. "That's not what you signed up for." Damien stopped 3 feet away, close enough to crowd her without touching. "Read the contract, Mrs. Cross. Section 7, paragraph 3. You agree to prioritize the duties of your position as my wife above all other professional obligations." The formal name, Mrs. Cross landed like a brand. "I didn't realize that meant giving up my entire career." Elena forced herself to hold his gaze. "My mother spent 20 years building her reputation as a historian. I'm not throwing away mine because you want a decorative accessory. Your mother's reputation got her killed." The words hung between them, sharp as broken glass. Elena's breath stopped. Damien's face remained impassive, but his shoulders had tensed. Another tell, quickly controlled. "What did you say?" Elena's voice came out barely above a whisper. "I said." He turned away, returning to the windows. "Your mother's idealism made her vulnerable. She asked questions about the wrong people, pushed investigations that powerful men wanted buried. That's what got her killed, not faulty wiring." Elena's heart slammed against her ribs. "You know something. I know that curiosity is dangerous." Damien's reflection in the glass was a dark mirror, his expression carved from stone. "And I know that I won't have my wife following her mother's path." "So you're protecting me?" The laugh that escaped Elena's throat was sharp, humorless. By isolating me, controlling my career. That's not protection, that's insurance. He turned, his eyes meeting hers with sudden intensity. You want to keep your job. Fine. But understand this. Every colleague you interact with will be vetted. Every exhibition you work on will be reviewed. Every donor you meet will be investigated. Because I don't take chances with what's mine. What's mine? Not who. Elena's hands clenched at her sides. I'm not your property. Legally, for the next 5 years, you are. Damien closed the distance between them in 2 strides. This close, she could see the faint shadows under his eyes, evidence of the insomnia she'd glimpsed in his office. But if it makes you feel better, consider yourself a protected asset. One I have no intention of losing. Why? The question burst out before Elena could stop it. Why do you care if I work or where I go or? Because I keep what I acquire. His voice dropped, intimate and cold. And I acquired you at significant cost. $4.2 million. The number hung between them, reducing 5 years of her life to a transaction. Elena stepped back, needing distance from his proximity and the suffocating weight of his control. Her heel caught on the edge of the area rug. She stumbled. Damien's hand shot out, catching her elbow with reflexes too quick to be calculated. For a heartbeat they stood frozen, his fingers warm through the thin fabric of her dress. His face close enough that she could see gold flecks in his gray eyes. Careful, he murmured. Elena jerked away. Don't touch me. Something flickered across his expression. Surprise, maybe, or something darker. We're married, Mrs. Cross. People will expect. In public. She straightened her dress with shaking hands. You said separate rooms, separate lives. That includes separate bodies. Agreed. Damien's voice flattened back to business. I have no interest in a wife who comes to my bed out of obligation. The casual dismissal should have been a relief. Instead, it landed like an insult, as if he'd assessed her desirability and found it wanting. Elena grabbed her suitcase. Which room? Second door on the left. He'd already turned back to the windows, dismissing her. Dinner is at 7. We're expected at per se at 8. I didn't agree to dinner. You agreed to public appearances. Damien didn't turn around. This is the first one. Wear something appropriate. Elena dragged her suitcase down the hallway, her heels clicking against imported marble. The second door opened onto a bedroom that was somehow both luxurious and sterile. King bed with white linens, abstract art, another wall of windows overlooking the city. A prison with a view. She dropped her suitcase and moved to the attached bathroom. Marble counters, rainfall shower, towels so plush they looked unused. Everything perfect, everything cold. Elena gripped the edge of the sink, studying her reflection. The woman staring back wore a platinum wedding band and a stranger's last name. Her mother's dress hung loose on her frame. She'd lost weight in the weeks since her father's confession, stress eating away at her from the inside. I married you to give you everything he took. Damien's words from their first meeting echoed in her memory. She'd thought it was rhetoric, a justification for his cruelty. But what if it was truth? What if this marriage wasn't just about her father's debt? Elena returned to the bedroom and began unpacking. At the bottom of her suitcase, wrapped in silk, she found the photograph. Her mother at 30, standing in front of the Brooklyn Heights gallery, eyes bright with a passion that would eventually kill her. She set it on the nightstand, a talisman against the sterile luxury. A knock interrupted her thoughts. Elena opened the door to find Damien standing in the hallway, jacket back on, expression unreadable. I have something to show you, he said. I'm unpacking. It can wait. Not a request. He turned, expecting her to follow. Elena considered refusing. Then curiosity, her mother's fatal flaw, won. She followed him down the hallway, past the master bedroom, to a door at the far end. Damien produced a key from his pocket, unlocked it, and stepped aside. After you. Elena entered. And stop. The room was a study. Dark wood paneling, leather furniture, walls lined with bookshelves. But it was the far wall that stole her breath. A cork board covered floor to ceiling, pinned with newspaper clippings, photographs, documents. Her mother's face appeared again and again, young, vibrant, alive. And in the center, circled in red ink, her mother's obituary. Elena's vision tunneled. She moved toward the board on autopilot, her fingers reaching for the clipping. The paper was yellowed with age, carefully preserved. Someone had read this, studied it, obsessed over it. What is this? Her voice came from very far away. Research. Damien's voice behind her was carefully neutral. Research. Elena spun to face him. You have a shrine to my dead mother in your study and you call it research? I call it context. He moved into the room, closing the door behind him. You wanted to know why I chose you, Miss Morgan. There's your answer. Elena's gaze swept the board again, seeing details she'd missed. Not just her mother's obituary. Articles about the fire, investigation reports, photographs of the gallery before and after. And in the corner, partially hidden behind other documents, a photograph of a young man standing in front of the burned-out building. He pulled it free. The man couldn't have been more than 19, dark-haired and sharp-featured. His expression caught between grief and rage. This is you, she whispered. Yes. You were there. The day after the fire. Elena's hands shook as she held the photograph. You were there and you what? Took pictures. Documented your father's crime. I documented my failure. Damien's voice was granite. I delivered the message that started the chain reaction. I was my father's errand boy, and I did what he told me without question. By the time I understood what I'd been part of, 5 people were dead. The admission hung between them, raw and terrible. You knew. Elena's voice cracked. You knew what he was doing and you helped him. I was 19 years old and terrified of him. Damien's control finally fractured, anger bleeding through. But yes, you knew. And I've spent the last 15 years trying to atone for it. By marrying me. Elena threw the photograph at him. It fluttered to the floor between them. By trapping me in a contract and controlling every aspect of my life. That's not atonement, that's penance. He picked up the photograph with careful precision. I've been searching for you for 3 years, Miss Morgan. Since the day I discovered you existed. Since I learned that Evelyn Morgan had a daughter who'd inherited her talent and her stubbornness and her dangerous curiosity. Elena backed toward the door, her heart hammering. You're insane. Probably. Damien returned the photograph to the board. His movements controlled again. But I'm also the only thing standing between you and the people who want your mother's investigation to stay buried. What people? Marcus Hale, for one. The name dropped like a stone. My father's business partner. The man who actually ordered the sabotage. He's still alive, still powerful, and very interested in ensuring that no one picks up where your mother left off. Elena's hand found the doorknob. If you think I'm going to stop investigating, I think you're going to let me finish what your mother started. Damien moved to his desk, unlocked a drawer, and withdrew a thick file. Everything she discovered, everything she was about to expose before she died, it's all here. And I'm going to help you destroy the men responsible. He held out the file. Elena stared at it, her mother's life's work reduced to paper and ink. Why? The question came out broken. Why would you help me? Because I owe her. Damien's voice dropped, something raw bleeding through his control. And because I didn't choose you despite your mother, Miss Morgan. I chose you because of her. Because you're the only person who wants justice as badly as I do. Elena's fingers closed around the file. The paper was warm from his hands, heavy with secrets. I want to read this alone, she said. Take it to your room. Damien moved to the door, producing a second key from his pocket. He pressed it into her palm. This study is yours now. Use it whenever you need. But Elena. She looked up at the sound of her first name, startled by the intimacy. His eyes met hers, gray as smoke, burning with an intensity that made her breath catch. "We'll discuss your mother when you've earned that conversation. Read the file. Understand what we're dealing with. Then we'll talk about revenge." He left, closing the door behind him with a soft click. Elena heard the lock engage from the outside. She was alone in a room full of ghosts, holding her mother's legacy in her hands, married to the son of her mother's killer. And for the first time since signing the contract, Elena Morgan smiled. Chapter 2. The performance. The dress arrived at 6:30, delivered by a woman whose entire effects suggested she'd been hired to ensure Elena didn't embarrass the Cross name. "Valentino," the stylist announced, unzipping the garment bag with the reverence usually reserved for religious artifacts. Mr. Cross selected it himself. Of course he had. Elena watched the woman extract a column of black silk that probably cost more than 3 months of her Frick's salary. Back when she'd had a salary, before her husband had made her his kept doll. "It's lovely," Elena lied, the same hollow courtesy she'd offered the engagement ring. The stylist's smile was professional, pitying. "Mr. Cross has excellent taste. In assets," Elena thought. "In things he can control and display." She let herself be dressed, her body manipulated like a mannequin while the stylist adjusted the silk drape across her shoulders. The woman produced shoes next, Louboutin heels that added 3 inches and probably cost more than the dress. Jewelry followed. Diamond studs, a delicate platinum necklace that felt like a collar. "Your hair should be up," the stylist decided, already reaching for pins. "I'll wear it down." Elena's voice came out sharper than intended. The woman's hands froze. "Mr. Cross prefers." "I'm sure he does." Elena met her gaze in the mirror. "But it's my hair." "Was." Then the stylist nodded, stepping back with a careful retreat of someone who recognized the boundaries of her employment. "Of course, Mrs. Cross. I'll inform Mr. Cross you're ready." Left. Elena stared at her reflection, a stranger in borrowed silk, her mother's cheekbones sharp beneath makeup she hadn't applied herself. The wedding band caught the light, platinum fire against her skin. The file from Damien's study sat on her bed, still unopened. She'd carried it to her room 2 hours ago, then spent those hours circling it like a bomb that might detonate. Her mother's final investigation, preserved by the son of her killer. The contradiction made Elena's head ache. "Knock." Damien's voice. "The car is waiting." Elena grabbed her clutch, also provided, also black, also expensive, and opened the door. Damien stood in the hallway wearing a tuxedo that transformed him from corporate predator to something darker. Dangerous. The kind of man who wore power like a second skin. His gaze traveled over her, clinical and assessing. "You didn't put your hair up." "No," the stylist said. "I heard what she said." Elena stepped past him, heels clicking against marble. "Are we leaving or conducting a dress inspection?" She heard his sharp exhale, felt him fall into step behind her. They rode the elevator in silence, 73 floors of tension compressed into brushed steel and mirrored walls. Elena watched their reflection, a matched set, dark and elegant, the perfect Manhattan power couple. The image made her want to scream. Thomas held the Mercedes door open, his expression carved from granite as always. The leather interior smelled like money and secrets. Damien slid in beside her, maintaining precisely 6 inches of distance. "Per se," he told Thomas. "We're meeting Marcus Hale and his wife." Elena's head snapped toward him. "You didn't mention Marcus Hale." "I'm mentioning him now." Damien's tone was flat, business casual. "He's a business associate. You'll be polite." "He's your father's partner." Elena kept her voice low despite the privacy partition. "The man who ordered the sabotage that killed my mother." "Allegedly." Damien's jaw tightened fractionally. "Nothing was ever proven. Because your father took the fall before the investigation could reach Hale." Elena's fingers clenched around her clutch. "You said so yourself. You have evidence." which means nothing without corroboration. He turned to face her, his eyes cold in the passing streetlights. Marcus Hale is one of the most powerful men in New York. He sits on the boards of half the companies that matter and has enough political connections to bury anyone who threatens him, including you. So we're having dinner with him? The laugh that escaped Elena's throat was sharp, disbelieving. We're going to sit across from my mother's killer and make small talk about the wine pairing? We're going to smile and play our parts. Damien's voice dropped, intimate and hard. Because the only way to destroy a man like Marcus Hale is from the inside. And that requires patience. The car pulled up to the Time Warner Center. Through the tinted windows, Elena could see the entrance to Per Se, understated elegance hiding Michelin-starred luxury. The kind of restaurant where reservations required months of planning and connections that money alone couldn't buy. I can't do this, Elena said. Yes, you can. Damien's hand found hers, his fingers closing around her wrist with controlled pressure. Not painful but inescapable. You're Elena Cross now. You're my wife, and you're strong enough to sit across from the man who destroyed your mother and smile while planning his destruction. His thumb pressed against her pulse point, counting her heartbeat. Breathe, he commanded. Slow, steady. Show me the woman who negotiated property transfer terms in my office. Show me Evelyn Morgan's daughter. Elena forced air into her lungs. Her mother's face flashed through her memory. Not the obituary photograph, but the living woman. Sharp-eyed, fearless. The kind of person who walked into rooms full of powerful men and demanded answers. What would she do? She'd smile. She'd perform. She'd gather intelligence while they underestimated her. Elena straightened her spine, lifted her chin. How long do we have to stay? As long as it takes. Damien released her wrist, but his gaze held hers. Can you do this? I signed the contract, didn't I? Elena reached for the door handle. Let's go meet my mother's killer. Per Se occupied the fourth floor, all floor-to-ceiling windows and hushed luxury. The maitre d' greeted Damien by name, led them through the dining room with the deference reserved for men who could buy restaurants as easily as meals. Marcus Hale sat at a corner table, Manhattan glittering behind him like a conquered kingdom. He was 60, maybe 65, with a kind of distinguished silver hair that suggested wisdom rather than age. His suit was Savile Row, his watch vintage Patek Philippe. His smile practiced and predatory. Damien. He rose, extending his hand. And this must be the bride I've heard so much about. Elena forced herself to take his hand. His grip was firm, his palm dry. His eyes assessing her with the same clinical precision Damien had used in his office. She wondered if all powerful men learned that look, or if it came naturally with the acquisition of enough money to stop seeing people as human. Elena Cross, she said, her voice steady. A pleasure. The pleasure is mine. Marcus gestured to the woman beside him. 40, blonde, beautiful in the calculated way of women who'd married money and maintained it through discipline. My wife, Vanessa. They settled into their seats, a ballet of chair-pulling and napkin-arranging orchestrated by silent servers. Elena found herself positioned between Damien and the windows, trapped between her husband and a 70-story drop. I was surprised to hear about the wedding, Marcus said, accepting a wine list from the sommelier. Damien's always been so focused on business. I didn't think he had time for romance. He doesn't. Elena smiled, the expression sharp enough to cut. That's why we kept it simple. City Hall, no fuss. Vanessa laughed, the sound like breaking glass. How modern. Though I confess, I'm a traditionalist. When Marcus and I married, we had 300 guests and a reception at the plaza. How lovely. Elena sipped the water a server had poured. What year was that? 1998. Vanessa's smile tightened fractionally. 25 years this fall. The same year as the Brooklyn Heights fire. Elena's fingers tightened on her water glass, but she kept her expression pleasant. Congratulations. That's quite an accomplishment. Marriage is work, Marcus interjected, his gaze moving between Elena and Damien. Particularly when both parties have strong personalities. Wouldn't you agree, Damien? I wouldn't know yet. Damien's hand found Elena's knee beneath the table, a warning pressure. We're still in the honeymoon phase. Ah yes, the honeymoon. Marcus leaned back as the sommelier presented a bottle of Burgundy. Are you planning a trip? Somewhere exotic? We haven't discussed it. Elena felt Damien's fingers tighten on her knee, but she pressed forward. Damien's been so busy with the business. I'm still learning about Cross Industries' portfolio. Something flickered behind Marcus's eyes. Interest, maybe, or wariness. Is that so? I didn't realize you had a head for business, Mrs. Cross. I'm a quick study. Elena accepted a wine glass, watching Marcus over the rim. And I find corporate history fascinating. All those mergers and acquisitions, the way companies rise and fall. It's like archaeology, really. Digging through the past to understand the present. The silence that followed lasted a heartbeat too long. Damien's hand on her knee had become a vice, but Elena held Marcus's gaze, refusing to blink. How academic, Marcus finally said. Though I'd caution against spending too much time in the past. The present is far more profitable. But the past shapes everything, doesn't it? Elena tilted her head, channeling her mother's fearless curiosity. Take Brooklyn Heights, for example. I grew up there. Did you know that whole neighborhood was transformed in the 90s? Old buildings torn down, new developments built. Some people made fortunes. Others lost everything. Vanessa's laugh was forced. Darling, I don't think anyone wants to discuss real estate development over dinner. Of course not. Elena smiled, backing off. Forgive me. Occupational hazard. I'm a curator, or I was before Damien convinced me to focus on other things. A curator. Marcus's interest sharpened. Where did you work? The Frick collection. Mostly European paintings, some sculpture. Elena paused, letting the next words land with precision. Though my mother was the real art historian. Evelyn Morgan. Perhaps you knew her. The temperature at the table dropped 10 degrees. Marcus's expression remained pleasant, but his shoulders had tensed. A tell Elena filed away for later use. The name sounds familiar, he said carefully. Though I'm afraid I don't move in art circles much. She didn't either toward the end. Elena kept her tone light, conversational. She'd shifted focus to art fraud investigation. Corporate provenance issues, mostly. Tracking down stolen pieces, exposing forgeries. Dangerous work, as it turned out. Damien's hand moved from her knee to her wrist. His grip just shy of painful. Elena. She ignored him. She died 5 years ago. A gallery fire in Brooklyn Heights. Faulty wiring, according to the official report. Though she'd always been so careful about building safety. It seemed odd. Tragic, Marcus said, his voice flat. But accidents happen, Mrs. Cross. Even to careful people. They do. Elena met his gaze directly. Especially when they're investigating the wrong people. The silence stretched, taut as a wire. Then Vanessa laughed, high and brittle. Well, this has taken a morbid turn. Shall we order? I'm absolutely famished. The moment broke. Menus appeared, servers materialized. The machinery of expensive dining rolled forward. Elena felt Damien's fury radiating beside her, but she'd accomplished what she needed. She'd seen Marcus Hale's face when her mother's name was mentioned. He'd known exactly who Evelyn Morgan was. And he'd been relieved when she died. They ordered the 9-course tasting menu because Marcus insisted, because refusing would have been suspicious. Elena pushed food around her plate. Foie gras, black truffle, some kind of fish that probably cost more than her monthly student loans. Everything tasted like ash. Conversation flowed around her, carefully neutral now. Stock prices, political gossip, the kind of small talk that powerful people use to avoid saying anything real. Damien played his part perfectly. The attentive husband, his hand occasionally finding hers, his body angled toward her in a pantomime of affection. Only Elena could feel the rage vibrating beneath his control. "Tell me, Elena," Marcus said over the cheese course, "what do you plan to do with your time now that you're not working? Charity work? Society committees? I haven't decided yet." Elena sipped her wine, feeling the alcohol burn through her careful control. "Though Damien mentioned he's considering some corporate restructuring. Perhaps I'll help with that." Damien's fork paused halfway to his mouth. "Did I? You mentioned it this morning." Elena smiled at him, the expression sweet enough to rot teeth. "Something about divesting certain holdings. Cleaning up the portfolio." His eyes promised retribution, but his voice remained level. "We're always evaluating our investments." "As are we," Marcus interjected smoothly. "In fact, I've been meaning to discuss the Meridian Holdings situation with you, Damien. There are some legacy issues that need attention." Meridian Holdings, the shell company that had owned the Brooklyn Heights Gallery. Elena's heart slammed against her ribs, but she kept her expression blank. Legacy issues. Damien's tone was carefully neutral. Old contracts, outstanding liabilities. Nothing urgent, but it would be prudent to resolve them before they become complicated. Marcus dabbed his mouth with his napkin. "Perhaps we could schedule a meeting next week. Without the wives, of course. Business is so tedious for them." Vanessa laughed on cue. Elena dug her nails into her palm, using pain to maintain her smile. "Of course," Damien said. "Have your assistant contact mine." The rest of the meal passed in a blur. Dessert appeared, something architectural involving chocolate and gold leaf. Coffee was poured, declined, poured again. Finally, mercifully, Marcus signaled for the check. "This was lovely," Vanessa said, air-kissing Elena's cheeks. "We should do it again soon. Perhaps at our place in the Hamptons." "Perhaps." Elena extracted herself from the embrace, feeling contaminated. "Thank you for a memorable evening." Marcus shook Damien's hand, his grip lingering a beat too long. "Take care of your bride, Damien. She's quite spirited." "I'm aware." Damien's voice could have frozen blood. "Good night, Marcus." They made it to the elevator before Damien's control shattered. What the hell was that? He rounded on her the moment the doors closed, his face carved from fury. "You practically accused him of murdering your mother in the middle of per se." "I asked questions." Elena's own anger rose to meet his. "The same questions my mother would have asked. Your mother is dead because she asked those questions." Damien's hand slammed against the elevator wall beside her head, trapping her. "Do you understand that? Do you understand what Marcus Hale is capable of?" "Yes." Elena lifted her chin, refusing to be cowed. "That's why I needed to see his face when I said her name. And I did." He knew her, Damien. He knew exactly who she was and what she was investigating. Of course he knew her. Damien's voice dropped, intimate and dangerous. "He's the one who had her killed. And now he knows you're asking the same questions, which makes you a target." The elevator doors opened onto the lobby. Damien grabbed her wrist, pulling her toward the exit with barely controlled violence. Thomas had the car waiting, door open, engine running. They rode back to the penthouse in silence, the city blurring past in streaks of light. Elena's wrist ached where Damien had gripped it, but she refused to rub it, refused to show weakness. The penthouse was dark when they entered, Manhattan glittering through the windows like scattered diamonds. Damien headed straight for the bar, pouring whiskey with shaking hands. "You put yourself at risk tonight," he said without turning around. "You put both of us at risk." "Good." Elena kicked off her heels, the Louboutins landing with satisfying thuds. "Maybe now he'll make a mistake. Or maybe he'll have you killed." Damien spun, whiskey sloshing in his glass. "Is that what you want? To end up like your mother?" "I want justice." The words exploded out of Elena, 5 years of grief and rage finally breaking through. I want the man who killed her to pay. And if that means putting myself at risk, then fine. At least I'll die doing something that matters instead of playing dress-up for your business associates. You think this is a game? Damien crossed the room in 3 strides, getting in her face. You think you can outsmart a man who's been covering his tracks for 30 years? You're 26 years old, Elena. You're a curator who reads about corporate crime in newspapers. Marcus Hale destroys people before breakfast. Then teach me. Elena grabbed his lapels, pulling him closer. You said you wanted to help me destroy him. So help me. Stop treating me like a doll you need to protect and start treating me like a partner. His eyes searched hers, gray as smoke, burning with something between fury and something else. Something that made Elena's breath catch. You want to be my partner. His voice was rough, dangerous. Then you follow my lead. You don't improvise in the middle of a dinner with the most dangerous man in New York. You don't tip our hand before we're ready to play it. When will we be ready? Elena demanded. 5 years from now. 10. How long are you planning to wait before? His mouth crashed into hers, swallowing the rest of her words. The kiss was nothing like the careful brush at City Hall. This was possession and fury and 5 years of grief channeled into contact. His hands cupped her face, tilting her head back, and Elena's fingers tightened in his jacket, pulling him closer despite every logical reason to push him away. He tasted like whiskey and rage. She kissed him back with equal violence, all the fear and anger of the evening pouring into the contact. His teeth caught her lower lip, sharp enough to sting. She gasped, and he gentled fractionally, his tongue sweeping into her mouth with devastating precision. Then he pulled back, breathing hard, his hand still framing her face. That was... Elena started. A mistake. Damien released her, stepping back with visible effort. His hair was disheveled from her fingers, his mouth swollen, his control in tatters. I apologize. That was inappropriate. Elena touched her lips, still feeling the burn of contact. Was it? Yes. He turned away, running a hand through his hair. You're my wife in name only. I promised you separate lives, separate. You also promised to help me destroy Marcus Hale. Elena moved around him, forcing him to meet her eyes. Was that a lie? Was this whole thing, the marriage, the file, the promises, just another way to control me? No. The word came out raw. Everything I told you was true. I want Hale destroyed as much as you do. But I also want... He stopped, jaw clenching. What? Elena pressed. What do you want? His eyes met hers, and for a moment the mask dropped completely. What she saw beneath made her breath stop. Hunger and guilt and need so intense it bordered on obsession. You, he said simply. I want you. Not as payment for your father's debt or penance for my father's sins. Just you. And that's why I can't have you. The admission hung between them, brutal in its honesty. Why not? Elena's voice came out barely above a whisper. Because you deserve better than a man who spent 15 years trying to atone for the worst thing he's ever done. Damien moved to the windows, putting distance between them. Because you deserve someone who can give you love instead of obsession. Freedom instead of protection. A future instead of revenge. Elena stared at his back, at the rigid line of his shoulders, the way his hands clenched at his sides. She thought of the study with its wall of photographs, the file full of her mother's secrets, the way he'd looked at her in the elevator, like she was both salvation and damnation. What if I don't want better? The question escaped before she could stop it. What if I want revenge and obsession and a partner who understands why justice matters more than safety? He turned, and the expression on his face made her heart stutter. Then you're more your mother's daughter than I thought. Is that a bad thing? It's a dangerous thing. He crossed back to her, stopping close enough that she could feel his heat. Your mother's fearlessness got her killed, Elena. I won't let the same thing happen to you. You don't get to decide that. Elena lifted her chin, meeting his gaze. I signed your contract, Damien. But I didn't sign away my agency. If I want to take risks, that's my choice. Not while you're my wife. Then maybe we should renegotiate the terms. Elena reached up, her fingers finding his tie, loosening it with deliberate slowness. Maybe we should establish what this marriage actually is instead of what it isn't. His hand caught her wrist, stopping her. What are you doing? Calling your bluff. Elena held his gaze, refusing to back down. You said you want me. Prove it. Or admit that this whole thing, the protection, the possessiveness, the promises, is just another form of control. The silence stretched, taut as a wire. Then Damien's grip on her wrist gentled, his thumb stroking across her pulse point. If I prove it, he said, his voice rough, there's no going back. No separate rooms, no separate lives. You'll be mine in every way that matters, and I'll be yours. Completely. Do you understand what you're asking for? Elena's heart hammered against her ribs. This was insane. She'd known him for 3 days. She'd married him under duress. He was the son of her mother's killer, a man who collected people like assets and controlled everything he touched. But he was also the only person who wanted justice as badly as she did. The only person who looked at her and saw Evelyn Morgan's daughter instead of a victim to be pitied or protected. I understand, she said. His eyes searched hers for a long moment. Then he released her wrist and stepped back. Read the file, he said. All of it. Understand what we're dealing with, what your mother discovered, what it cost her. Then if you still want this, if you still want me, come find me. He turned and walked down the hallway toward the master bedroom. Elena heard his door close, the lock engage. She stood alone in the living room, Manhattan glittering beyond the windows, her lips still burning from his kiss. Then she went to her room, picked up the file, and began to read. Chapter 3. The Truth in Ink. Elena read through the night. The file was organized with the same clinical precision Damien applied to everything. Chronological tabs, color-coded sections, footnotes cross-referencing documents. Her mother's investigation laid out like an autopsy report, each piece of evidence a wound that had ultimately proven fatal. The first section contained newspaper clippings Elena had seen before. The Brooklyn Heights Gallery fire, 5 dead, cause listed as electrical malfunction. But Damien had annotated the margins in tight script, noting inconsistencies in the fire marshal's report, insurance payouts that came too quickly, witness statements that contradicted the official timeline. Fire started simultaneously in 3 locations. Accelerant detected but attributed to art supplies. Convenient. Elena's fingers traced her mother's name in the victim list. Evelyn Morgan, 47, art historian and gallery consultant. The obituary made her sound like a footnote, when she'd been the whole story. The second section went deeper. Property records showing the gallery building's ownership trail, a maze of shell companies and offshore accounts that eventually led to Meridian Holdings. Damien had mapped it out like a family tree, each branch annotated with dates and dollar amounts. At the root, Victor Cross and Marcus Hale, partners since 1987. Elena's coffee had gone cold hours ago. She drank it anyway, needing the bitterness to ground her as she turned to the third section. Her mother's notes. The handwriting punched the air from Elena's lungs. Evelyn's distinctive script, sharp and certain, filled page after page of a leather journal Damien must have recovered from the gallery ruins. Some entries were mundane, meeting times, phone numbers, research leads. Others made Elena's chest tighten. March 3rd. Confirmed Meridian Holdings purchased the building 6 months before fire. Same pattern as the Williamsburg warehouse, 2 dead, and the Red Hook facility, 1 dead. Someone's cleaning house. March 15th. Victor Cross's name appears in 3 separate LLCs connected to properties that burned. Coincidence. Marcus Hale's signature on insurance claims. Need to verify. March 28th. Received anonymous warning. Stop digging or you're next. From who? Someone inside Cross Industries. April 2nd. Meeting with potential source tomorrow. former Cross Industries accountant, says he has proof of insurance fraud scheme. Finally, the entry ended there. The fire had been April 3rd. Elena's hands shook as she turned the page. Damien had included the fire investigation report but also his own analysis. Technical, detached, the kind of clinical assessment that came from years of practice at not feeling. Mother's source never came forward. Likely paid off or threatened. Fire started at 2:47 a.m., when gallery should have been empty. Evelyn Morgan was found near the back office. Door locked from outside. She was trapped. The word trapped was underlined 3 times. Elena set down the file, her vision blurring. She'd known her mother's death wasn't an accident. Had spent 3 years chasing proof through public records and FOIA requests. But seeing it laid out with such brutal clarity, seeing the evidence that Evelyn had been deliberately locked in a burning building, made it real in a way that transformed grief into something sharper. Rage. She picked up the file again, forcing herself to continue. The 4th section contained financial records that must have taken years to compile. Wire transfers, shell company formations, insurance payouts. Victor Cross and Marcus Hale had been running a sophisticated arson-for-profit scheme since the early 90s, buying struggling properties, insuring them heavily, then burning them down and collecting the payouts. 12 fires over 15 years. Deaths total. Evelyn Morgan had been closing in on the pattern when she died. And according to Damien's notes, she hadn't been the only one investigating. 3 journalists, 2 insurance investigators, 1 federal prosecutor, all dropped their inquiries within 6 months of Evelyn's death. Paid off. Threatened. Need to verify, but pattern suggests Hale has extensive reach. The final section made Elena's stomach turn. Photographs. Crime scene images from the gallery fire. Too graphic for the newspapers. Her mother's body, covered by a tarp. The locked office door, its handle melted. And in the corner of one photo, barely visible, a young man standing behind the police tape. His face caught in profile. Damien at 19, watching the building burn. Damien's note beneath the photo was a single line. I delivered the message that made her a target. This is my fault. Elena closed the file as dawn broke over Manhattan, painting the towers gold and rose. She'd read every page, absorbed every detail, understood the full scope of what her mother had discovered and what it had cost. She also understood what Damien had been doing for the past 15 years. The file included a final section she'd almost missed, a thin folder tucked into the back. Inside, bank statements showing anonymous payments to the families of all 8 victims. Millions of dollars, distributed through untraceable accounts over the course of a decade. Damien's money. His penance paid in silence. Elena stood, her body stiff from hours of sitting. Through her window, the city was waking, traffic beginning to flow, lights flickering on in distant apartments. Somewhere out there, Marcus Hale was probably having breakfast, secure in the knowledge that his crimes remained buried. But Evelyn Morgan's daughter had just read her mother's final investigation. And Damien Cross had given her the tools to finish it. Elena showered, letting scalding water wash away the night's reading. She dressed in jeans and a simple sweater. Her own clothes, not the designer armor Damien's stylist had provided. Then she walked down the hallway to the master bedroom and knocked. No answer. She tried the handle. Unlocked. The door swung open onto a room as sterile as the rest of the penthouse. King bed with military-precise corners, no personal items, windows overlooking the city. But Damien wasn't there. Elena found him in the study, slumped in his desk chair, still wearing last night's tuxedo pants and wrinkled dress shirt. His head rested on his folded arms, dark hair falling across his forehead. Asleep, finally, after what had probably been his own sleepless night. The cork board loomed behind him. Her mother's face repeated in a dozen photographs. In the morning light, the display looked less like obsession and more like devotion, a shrine maintained by someone who understood that some debts could never be fully repaid. Elena moved quietly, studying him. The harsh lines of his face had softened in sleep, making him look younger, vulnerable. She could see the 19-year-old boy in the photograph, the one who'd watched a building burn and understood too late what he'd been part of. His eyes opened, finding her with the instant alertness of someone who'd learned not to trust rest. "You read it." "Not a question." "All of it." Elena leaned against the desk, close enough to touch but maintaining distance. "Including the part where you've been anonymously supporting the victims' families for 10 years. His jaw tightened. "That's not penance," Elena finished. "That's what you called it. But I think it's something else. I think you've been trying to become the opposite of your father, even if it means destroying everything he built." Damien sat up, running a hand through his disheveled hair. In the morning light, she could see the shadows under his eyes, the tension he carried in his shoulders. "Did you come here to psychoanalyze me, or did you want something?" "I came to tell you I'm in." Elena held his gaze. "Whatever it takes to destroy Marcus Hale, I'm in. Full partner, not protected asset. We do this together, or we don't do it at all." "Elena. And I came to tell you that I want you." The words came out steadier than she felt. "Not because of the contract or some misguided gratitude. Because you're the only person who understands why my mother's death matters more than my safety. Because you've spent 15 years trying to atone for something you did at 19. Because when you kissed me last night, I finally felt something other than grief." The silence stretched between them, loaded with possibility and danger. "You don't know what you're asking for," Damien said finally, his voice rough with exhaustion and something darker. "I'm not a good man, Elena. I'm my father's son, even if I've spent half my life trying to prove otherwise. I'll be possessive and controlling and—" "I know." Elena moved closer, close enough to feel his heat. "I read the file, remember? I know exactly who you are. And I'm choosing you anyway." His hand came up, cupping her jaw with a gentleness that contradicted everything else about him. His thumb traced her cheekbone, the touch achingly tender. "If we do this," he said, "there's no going back. You'll be mine in every way that matters. And I'll be yours. Completely. No more separate rooms. No more pretending this is just a business arrangement. Can you live with that?" Elena's heart hammered against her ribs. This was insane. She'd known him for 3 days. Everything about this violated every rational boundary she'd ever set. But her mother had taught her that some things were worth the risk. "Yes," she said. Damien's control shattered. He pulled her down into his lap, his mouth finding hers with desperate precision. This kiss was different from last night's fury. Slower, deeper, a claiming that made her nerve endings sing. His hand slid into her hair, tilting her head to deepen the angle, and Elena's fingers found his shirt buttons, working them open with shaking hands. "Wait." Damien caught her wrists, his breathing ragged. "Are you sure? Because once we cross this line." "I'm sure." Elena pulled one hand free, pressing her palm against his chest. His heart slammed beneath her fingers, as wild as her own. "I want this. I want you. Tell me you want the same thing. I want you so badly I can barely breathe around it." His voice was raw, stripped of its usual control. "I've wanted you since the moment you walked into my office and looked at me like I was something to be studied and understood instead of feared. But Elena..." His grip on her wrist tightened. "I need to know you're choosing this freely. Not because of the contract or because you think you owe me something for the file. I need to know this is real." Elena leaned forward, her forehead resting against his. "It's real. I'm choosing you. Now stop talking and kiss me again." He did. They made it to the bedroom eventually, leaving a trail of clothes down the hallway. Damien's control frayed with each piece of discarded fabric, his usual precision giving way to something raw. By the time they reached his bed, Elena was wearing only her bra and jeans, and Damien's shirt hung open, revealing the lean muscle beneath. "Last chance," he said, his hands framing her face. "Tell me to stop and I will. We can go back to separate rooms, separate lives. We can." Elena silenced him with a kiss, her fingers finishing the job on his shirt buttons. The fabric slid off his shoulders, revealing a body that matched his face. All sharp lines and controlled power. A scar ran along his left side, puckered and old. She traced it with her fingertips. What happened? Accident when I was 22. My father. Damien's jaw clenched. It doesn't matter. But it did. Elena could read the story in his tension, the way his body had learned to expect pain. She pressed her lips to the scar, feeling him shudder beneath the contact. You're safe now, she whispered against his skin. I've got you. His laugh was broken. I'm supposed to be the one protecting you. Then let's protect each other. Elena looked up, meeting his eyes. No more walls. No more control. Just us. Something shifted in his expression. Surrender, maybe, or trust. He pulled her down onto the bed, his body covering hers with careful weight. His mouth found her throat, her collarbone, the hollow between her breasts. Each kiss was a question, and Elena answered with her hands in his hair, her body arching into his touch. Tell me what you want, he murmured against her skin. Everything. Elena's fingers found his belt, working the buckle open. I want everything. He helped her with his pants, then hers until they were skin to skin, nothing between them but breath and intention. Damien's hands mapped her body with the same precision he applied to everything, learning her responses, cataloging what made her gasp, what made her grip his shoulders hard enough to leave marks. You're so beautiful, he said, his voice rough with need. So goddamn beautiful it hurts to look at you. Elena pulled him down into another kiss, deep and claiming. Then stop looking and touch me. He did. His hand slid lower, finding her heat, and Elena's breath caught at the contact. He was methodical even in this, watching her face, adjusting his touch based on her responses, learning her body like a language he was determined to master. Damien. His name came out broken as pleasure built, sharp and insistent. Please. Not yet. His mouth replaced his hand, and Elena's world narrowed to sensation. His tongue, his fingers, the relentless precision of someone who refused to do anything halfway. She came apart with his name on her lips, her body arching off the bed. When she could breathe again, she found him watching her with an expression that made her chest tighten. Hunger and tenderness and something that looked dangerously like devotion. Come here, she said, pulling him up. He settled between her thighs, his body taut with restraint. Are you sure? I've never been more sure of anything. Elena wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him closer. I want you. All of you. Now. He entered her slowly, giving her time to adjust, his control visibly fraying. Elena's nails dug into his shoulders as he filled her, the stretch and burn giving way to something deeper. When he was fully seated, they both went still, breathing hard. Okay. His voice was strained. More than okay. Elena rolled her hips experimentally, drawing a groan from him. Move. He did, setting a rhythm that was both controlled and desperate, like he was trying to memorize every sensation, every sound she made. Elena met him thrust for thrust, their bodies finding a synchronicity that felt inevitable. Look at me, Damien commanded, his hand cupping her jaw. I want to see you. Elena opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. What she saw there stole her breath. Not just desire but recognition. Like he'd been searching for her his whole life and had finally found her. Mine, he said, the word both question and claim. Yours, Elena confirmed. And you're mine. Always. He kissed her, deep and claiming, and Elena felt something crack open in her chest, not breaking but expanding, making room for this impossible, dangerous thing growing between them. They moved together, the rhythm building until Elena felt pleasure coiling tight again. Damien's hand slid between them, finding her center, and she shattered with his name on her lips. He followed seconds later, his control finally breaking completely as he buried his face in her neck. They lay tangled together afterward, sweat cooling on their skin, hearts gradually slowing. Damien's weight was a comfort, grounding her in the reality of what they'd just done. "No going back," he murmured against her throat. "No going back," Elena agreed. He rolled to his side, pulling her with him so they lay face to face. His hand traced idle patterns on her hip, possessive even in gentleness. "I need you to understand something," he said. "What we just did, this isn't just sex for me. This is a claiming. You're mine now, and I'm yours, and I will burn down anyone who tries to hurt you, including Marcus Hale." "Good." Elena pressed her palm against his chest, feeling his heart beat steady and strong. "Because I plan to help you burn him." His smile was sharp enough to cut. "Partners. Partners." She sealed it with a kiss. They spent the rest of Saturday in bed, learning each other's bodies and boundaries. Damien was demanding but attentive. His control a veneer over desperate need. Elena discovered she liked pushing him past that control, liked watching his composure crack when she touched him in certain ways. "You're going to be the death of me," he groaned as she straddled him for the third time. "Good." Elena rolled her hips, drawing a curse from him. "I want you as wrecked as I feel." He flipped her onto her back, pinning her wrists above her head with one hand. "Careful what you wish for." But his kiss was tender despite the dominance of his position, and Elena realized this was his language. Control as care, possession as protection. She could work with that. They ordered food eventually, eating Thai takeout in bed while Damien outlined his plan for taking down Marcus Hale. It was meticulous, patient, the kind of long game that required years of setup. "We need proof that ties him directly to the fires," Damien explained, using his chopsticks to emphasize points. "Not just financial records, but evidence of intent. Emails, recorded conversations, testimony from someone inside his organization. The accountant my mother was supposed to meet," Elena said. "We need to find him. I've been looking for 15 years. Damien's expression darkened. He vanished the day after the fire. Either dead or paid enough to disappear permanently. What about the insurance companies? They must have investigators. Paid off or threatened according to my research. Hale has connections at every level. Police, prosecutors, judges. Taking him down requires more than evidence. It requires leverage." Elena set down her food, an idea forming. "What if we gave him a reason to make a mistake? What if we made him think I'm continuing my mother's investigation?" "Absolutely not." Damien's voice went hard. "That's exactly what I was trying to prevent last night. You can't paint a target on your back." "I already did." Elena met his glare steadily. "The moment I mentioned my mother's name at dinner, I became a threat. So we might as well use it." "No. Damien." "I said no." He grabbed her wrist, his grip just shy of painful. "I won't let you become bait. I won't risk losing you the way I lost her." The raw admission hung between them. Elena's anger softened, seeing the fear beneath his control. "Then we do it together," she said gently. "We make him think we're both investigating. That way he has to come after both of us, which means he has to make a bigger move. A more visible one. Or he just kills us both." But Damien's grip on her wrist had loosened, his thumb stroking across her pulse point. "This is insane. So is marrying someone to atone for your father's sins." Elena leaned forward, pressing her forehead to his. "But here we are. Partners in insanity." His laugh was broken. "You're going to give me a heart attack." "Probably." She kissed him, soft and sweet. "But you'll die knowing you tried to do the right thing." "That's not as comforting as you think." But he kissed her back, deep and claiming. "Fine. We'll do it your way. But we do it carefully, and you follow my lead when it comes to safety protocols. Deal." Elena sealed it with another kiss, then pulled back as her phone buzzed on the nightstand. Unknown number. She almost ignored it, but something made her answer. "Hello." Silence. Then a voice, male and unfamiliar. Elena Morgan? Her blood went cold. Who is this? Someone who knew your mother. Someone who has information about the night she died. Meet me tomorrow. Red Hook. The old warehouse on Van Brunt Street. 2 p.m. Come alone. Wait. The line went dead. Elena stared at the phone, her heart hammering. Damien had gone rigid beside her, his expression carved from stone. Who was that? I don't know. Elena's hand shook as she set down the phone. Someone who says they knew my mother. They want to meet tomorrow. Red Hook. It's a trap. Damien was already moving, grabbing his laptop from the nightstand. Marcus knows you're asking questions. This is him drawing you out. Or it's legitimate. Elena watched him type furiously, running searches. What if it's the accountant? What if he's finally ready to talk? Then he's been silent for 5 years and suddenly decides to surface the day after you confront Marcus Hale at dinner? Damien's fingers flew across the keyboard. That's not coincidence. That's strategy. Elena's phone buzzed again. A text from the same unknown number. I have proof. Your mother's final notes. Come alone or I disappear forever. She showed Damien the screen. His face went pale. That's impossible. Her notes burned in the fire. Unless she made copies. Elena's mind raced. Unless she gave them to someone for safekeeping. The accountant maybe before their meeting. Damien stared at the text, his jaw working. Finally. If we do this, we do it my way. You don't go alone. I'll have a security team in place, watching from a distance. At the first sign of trouble, they extract you. He said come alone. I don't care what he said. Damien's hand cupped her face, forcing her to meet his eyes. I just found you. I'm not losing you to Marcus Hale's games. Either we do this with backup, or we don't do it at all. Elena saw the fear beneath his control, the way his hand trembled slightly against her cheek. This wasn't about dominance. This was about a man who'd already lost too much trying desperately not to lose more. Okay, she said softly. We do it your way. But I'm going to that meeting, Damien. With or without your backup. His eyes closed, pain flickering across his face. You're exactly like her. Fearless and stubborn and... His voice cracked. Promise me you'll be careful. I promise. Elena kissed him, tasting his fear and her own. We're partners, remember? That means we protect each other. He pulled her close, his arms banding around her like he could shield her from the world through sheer will. They stayed like that as Manhattan darkened beyond the windows, two people bound by revenge and something that was starting to feel dangerously like love. Tomorrow they would walk into Marcus Hale's trap. Tonight they held each other and pretended they weren't terrified. Chapter 4: The Trap. The Red Hook warehouse squatted against the East River like a rotting tooth, all rusted metal and broken windows. Elena studied it through the Mercedes tinted glass, her stomach tight with anticipation and dread. Last chance to call this off, Damien said beside her, his voice carefully neutral. But his hand on her thigh was rigid, fingers pressing hard enough to leave marks through her jeans. We've been over this. Elena checked her phone. 1:47 p.m. 13 minutes until the meeting. Your team is in position. 3 men. Rooftop across the street, van 2 blocks north, Thomas in the car. Damien's jaw worked, tension radiating from him in waves. You're wearing the tracker. Elena touched the pendant at her throat, a delicate platinum chain Damien had given her that morning, beautiful and functional. GPS tracker embedded in the clasp, panic button disguised as a diamond accent. Yes. And you remember the signal. Touch the pendant twice if I need immediate extraction. 3 times if I need backup but can maintain position. She'd memorized the protocols during their 6 a.m. security briefing, Damien's control reasserting itself through careful planning. I know the drill. His hand moved from her thigh to her face, cupping her jaw with desperate gentleness. If anything feels wrong, anything at all, you get out. I don't care about the evidence or the accountant or... I'll be careful. Elena covered his hand with hers, feeling the tremor he was trying to hide. They'd barely slept, spending the night alternating between planning and touching, as if contact could ward off the danger waiting in daylight. 2 hours ago you were inside me. I'm not planning to die before we can do that again. His laugh was broken. That's not funny. It's a little funny. She kissed him, tasting coffee and fear. I'll be fine. Your team is watching, I'm armed. She touched the small canister of pepper spray in her jacket pocket, Damien's compromise when she'd refused the handgun. And whoever this is, they want to talk. That means I have leverage. Or they want to lure you into a secondary location. Damien's thumb traced her cheekbone, the touch achingly tender. Promise me you won't get in a vehicle with anyone. Promise me you'll stay in sight of the extraction points. I promise. Elena checked her phone again. 1:52 p.m. I need to go. He didn't release her. For a heartbeat they sat frozen, his hand on her face, her fingers wrapped around his wrist. Then he pulled her into a kiss that tasted like possession and prayer. Come back to me, he murmured against her mouth. Always. She pulled away before her courage failed, opening the car door before she could change her mind. The November air bit through her jacket, carrying the smell of river rot and industrial decay. Red Hook had been gentrifying for years, but this corner remained stubbornly derelict. Abandoned warehouses and empty lots, the kind of place where screams wouldn't carry. Elena forced herself to walk toward the warehouse entrance, her boots crunching on broken glass. Behind her, she heard the Mercedes pull away, Thomas following Damien's instructions to circle the block. She was alone now, exposed, every instinct screaming at her to run. But her mother had walked into danger for the truth. Elena could do the same. The warehouse door hung crooked on rusted hinges, revealing darkness beyond. Elena pulled out her phone, activating the flashlight. The beam cut through shadows, illuminating concrete floors littered with debris, graffiti-covered walls, the skeleton of old machinery. Hello! Her voice echoed in the cavernous space. Silence. Then footsteps, slow and deliberate, approaching from deeper in the building. A man emerged from the shadows, 60-something, gray hair, cheap suit that had seen better years. His face was weathered, eyes sharp with the wariness of someone who'd spent years looking over his shoulder. Elena Morgan. Not a question. He stopped 10 feet away, maintaining distance. You look like her. Your mother. Same eyes. Elena's hand moved instinctively to the pendant. Not touching it yet, just ready. Who are you? Robert Chen. I was the accountant your mother was supposed to meet the night she died. His voice carried the flat effect of someone who'd rehearsed this conversation 1,000 times. I'm the reason she went to that gallery. And I'm the reason she's dead. The admission landed like a physical blow. Elena's fingers tightened on her phone, using anger to steady herself. You were supposed to give her evidence. Proof of the insurance fraud. I was. Chen's hand stayed visible, empty, non-threatening. I had everything. Wire transfers, emails, recorded phone calls between Victor Cross and Marcus Hale planning the fires. 15 years of evidence that would have sent them both to prison for life. So what happened? I got scared. The confession came out bitter. The day before our meeting, someone broke into my apartment. Didn't take anything, just left a photograph on my pillow. My daughter. She was 8 years old, standing outside her school. The message was clear. Elena's stomach turned. They threatened your child. They threatened my family. My wife, my daughter, my elderly mother in Chinatown. Marcus Hale made it very clear that if I gave your mother that evidence, everyone I loved would die. Chen's voice cracked. So I ran. Took the evidence, took my family, and disappeared. Changed our names, moved to Oregon, spent 15 years looking over my shoulder. Why surface now? Elena kept her voice level despite the rage building in her chest. Why reach out after all this time? Because my daughter is 23 now. She's safe, married, living her own life. My wife died 2 years ago, cancer. And I'm tired of running. Chen reached into his jacket slowly, producing a flash drive. Your mother died because I was a coward. Can't change that. But I can give you what I should have given her. Elena stared at the small device. Her mother's death reduced to gigabytes of data. What's on it? Everything. Financial records, emails, recorded conversations. Proof that Marcus Hale orchestrated 12 fires between 1993 and 2008, including the one that killed your mother. Proof that he paid off investigators, threatened witnesses, and murdered anyone who got too close to the truth. Chen took a step forward, holding out the drive. Enough to put him away for the rest of his life. Elena's hand moved toward the pendant. 2 touches, the extraction signal. But she stopped. If this was legitimate, if Chen really had the evidence they needed, she couldn't risk spooking him before securing it. She stepped forward, closing the distance. Why me? Why not go to the police directly? Because the police are compromised. Half of them are on Hale's payroll. The other half are too scared to touch him. Chen pressed the drive into her palm, his hand shaking. But you're Damien Cross's wife now. You have resources, protection, connections. You can do what your mother couldn't. Bring Marcus Hale to justice. The drive was warm from his pocket, surprisingly heavy. Elena closed her fingers around it, feeling the weight of 15 years of silence. There's something else, Chen said. Something your mother discovered right before she died. Something that made her even more dangerous to Hale. What? The fires weren't just about insurance fraud. Chen's voice dropped, urgent now. They were about eliminating competition. Every building that burned housed a business that threatened Hale's interests. Rival development companies, investigative journalists, activists fighting gentrification. Your mother figured out that the pattern wasn't random. It was systematic elimination. Elena's mind raced, connecting dots. She was going to expose him not just for arson, but for corporate terrorism, racketeering, conspiracy to commit murder. Chen backed toward the shadows. That's why she had to die. And that's why you need to be careful, Mrs. Cross. Marcus Hale has killed 8 people to protect his empire. He won't hesitate to make it 9. Wait. Elena started forward, but Chen was already disappearing into the darkness. How do I contact you? If I need verification, testimony. You don't. His voice echoed from the shadows. I've given you everything I can. The rest is up to you. But Mrs. Cross, tell Damien I'm sorry. For his father, for your mother, for all of it. Some of us were too weak to fight. Footsteps retreated. A door slammed somewhere in the building's depths. Elena stood alone in the warehouse, the flash drive burning in her palm like a coal. She touched the pendant twice. Damien's security team materialized within 90 seconds. 2 men in tactical gear appearing from the rooftop access, Thomas pulling up in the Mercedes. They surrounded her with professional efficiency, scanning for threats while hustling her toward the car. Clear, one of them said into his radio. Package secure, no hostiles visible. Elena let them shepherd her into the Mercedes, her fingers still clenched around the flash drive. Thomas accelerated away from the warehouse, his eyes constantly checking mirrors. Where's Damien? Lena asked. Penthouse. He's been monitoring your tracker. Thomas took a corner too fast, the Mercedes' suspension absorbing the turn. He'll meet you there. The drive back to Manhattan passed in a blur of adrenaline come-down. Elena stared at the flash drive, her mother's ghost suddenly very close. Evelyn had died trying to get this evidence. Robert Chen had spent 15 years running from it. And now it sat in Elena's palm, innocuous and devastating. The penthouse elevator couldn't move fast enough. When the doors finally opened, Damien was waiting, still wearing the clothes from this morning, hair disheveled like he'd been running his hands through it, face carved from barely controlled panic. Let me see you. He grabbed her shoulders, his eyes scanning for injuries. Are you hurt? Did he touch you? Did anyone else? I'm fine. Elena pressed the flash drive into his hand. But you need to see this. His gaze dropped to the device, recognition flickering across his face. Chin actually came through. He says it's everything. 15 years of evidence against Marcus Hale. Financial records, emails, recorded conversations. Elena moved past him into the living room, needing space to process. Proof of 12 fires, 8 murders. Systematic elimination of anyone who threatened Hale's business interests. Damien followed, already pulling out his laptop. We need to verify it. Could be fake, could be a trap. It's real. Elena turned to face him. I could see it in his eyes. The guilt, the fear. He's been carrying this for 15 years, Damien. He watched my mother die because he was too scared to help her. He had a child. Damien's voice was flat, non-judgmental. Hale threatened his family. Most people would have made the same choice. Would you? The question hung between them. Damien set down the laptop, his eyes meeting hers with uncomfortable honesty. 5 years ago, I would have chosen survival over justice. He crossed to her, his hands finding her waist. But now I'd burn the world down before I let anyone hurt you. No. I wouldn't make the same choice. Elena leaned into him, feeling the tremor in his hands, the rapid beat of his heart against her cheek. He's going to come after us. Once Hale realizes Chen surfaced, once he knows we have the evidence. Let him come. Damien's voice went hard, dangerous. I've spent 15 years preparing for this. My security is better than his, my resources deeper. And unlike my father, I'm not afraid to fight dirty. We need to get this to someone who can use it. A prosecutor, a journalist. No. Damien's arms tightened around her. Not yet. First we verify every file, build redundancies, create an insurance policy. Then we make copies and distribute them to multiple sources simultaneously. If Hale wants to bury this, he'll have to kill a dozen people at once. Elena pulled back to look at him. You've thought about this. I've thought about nothing else for 15 years. His smile was sharp enough to cut. Your mother started this investigation. Chen preserved it. But we're going to finish it. Together. The word, together, settled something in Elena's chest. She wasn't alone in this anymore. Wasn't carrying her mother's legacy in isolation. Damien understood the weight of it, the cost of justice, the price of revenge. Show me, she said. Let's see what my mother died for. They set up in Damien's study, the cork board of her mother's investigation looming over them like a shrine. Damien connected the flash drive to his laptop, running security scans before opening any files. Clean, he announced after 10 minutes. No malware, no tracking software. Just data. He opened the first folder. Elena moved behind him, her hands on his shoulders, watching as 15 years of evidence unfolded across the screen. Financial records first, wire transfers between shell companies, insurance payouts deposited into offshore accounts, property purchases made days before suspicious fires. The pattern was damning, meticulous, exactly the kind of systematic fraud that required years to build and seconds to understand. Jesus! Damien breathed. This is everything. Elena's fingers tightened on his shoulders. Keep going. The next folder contained emails. Hundreds of them, exchanged between Victor Cross and Marcus Hale, discussing properties, insurance values, optimal timing for incidents. The language was coded but transparent. Cleaning up the investment meant arson. Resolving the tenant issue meant eliminating witnesses. One email made Elena's breath stop. From Hale. V. Cross. Date. April 2, 2008. Subject. Brooklyn Heights problem. The Morgan woman is getting too close. She's connected the Williamsburg and Red Hook fires, and she's scheduled to meet with our former accountant tomorrow. We need to resolve this before she goes public. Suggest the usual solution. Make it look like an accident. Gallery fire, faulty wiring, tragic but explicable. Confirm when handled. Victor's response came 2 hours later. Confirmed. Problem will be resolved tonight. Chen has been warned. He won't surface. Elena's vision blurred. There it was in black and white. Proof that Marcus Hale had ordered her mother's murder. Not suspected, not alleged. Documented, time-stamped. Preserved in digital amber. Elena. Damien's hand covered hers, his voice gentle. Do you want to stop? We can. No. She forced herself to breathe, to stay present. Keep going. I need to see all of it. The third folder contained audio files. Damien opened the first one, and Marcus Hale's voice filled the study, discussing fire accelerants with clinical detachment, reviewing insurance investigators who needed encouragement to close cases quickly, planning the elimination of a journalist who'd been asking too many questions. They listened in silence, the recordings painting a portrait of a man who viewed murder as a business expense. By the time the fifth file ended, Elena felt sick. How many people knew? Her voice came out hollow. How many people heard these conversations, saw these emails, and said nothing? Dozens, probably. Damien closed the laptop, turning to face her. But most of them were like Chen. Scared, compromised, protecting their families. Hale's power isn't just money. It's fear. He spent 30 years building a network of people who are too terrified to testify against him. But we have the evidence now. Elena gestured at the laptop. We can. We can try. Damien's expression was grim. But evidence alone won't destroy Marcus Hale. We need leverage. Something he values more than his freedom. Like what? I don't know yet. He stood pacing to the windows. Manhattan glittered beyond the glass, indifferent to their planning. But I know that the moment we move against him, he'll come after us with everything he has. We need to be ready. Elena joined him at the windows, her reflection ghostly in the glass. My mother wasn't ready. She thought the truth would be enough. Your mother was an idealist. Damien's arm came around her waist, pulling her close. We're realists. We know that truth without power is just noise. So we build our power first, then we strike. How long? Weeks, maybe months. He pressed a kiss to her temple. I know that's not what you want to hear. But rushing this gets us killed. Patience keeps us alive long enough to win. Elena leaned into him, feeling the solid warmth of his body, the steady beat of his heart. Teach me then. Teach me how to be patient when all I want to do is burn Marcus Hale's world down. I'll teach you everything I know. His voice dropped, intimate and dark. How to wait, how to plan, how to strike when your enemy least expects it. And in exchange, you'll teach me something. What? How to feel something other than rage. Damien turned her to face him, his hands framing her face. Because when I'm with you, when I'm inside you, I remember what it's like to want something more than revenge. And that terrifies me almost as much as losing you. The admission hung between them, raw and honest. Elena rose on her toes, pressing her mouth to his. Then let's terrify each other. Let's want more than revenge. Let's. Her phone buzzed, shattering the moment. Unknown number. Elena's stomach dropped as she answered. Hello, Mrs. Cross. Marcus Hale's voice was smooth as poison. I hope you enjoyed your meeting in Red Hook. I certainly enjoyed watching it. Elena's blood turned to ice. Damien went rigid beside her, his hand moving to take the phone. She waved him off, forcing her voice steady. I don't know what you're talking about. Please. I have eyes everywhere, including on that particular warehouse. I know Robert Chen surfaced. I know he gave you something. And I know you're foolish enough to think it matters. Pause loaded with threat. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to destroy whatever Chen gave you. You're going to forget your mother's investigation. And you're going to convince your husband to stop digging into my business. Do this, and I'll let you both live. And if I don't, then I'll do to you exactly what I did to Evelyn Morgan. Hale's voice went cold, clinical. I'll lock you in a room and watch you burn. But first I'll make Damien watch. I'll make him understand that his obsession with redemption cost him the only thing he's ever actually loved. Then I'll kill him too, and I'll sleep soundly knowing I've eliminated Victor Cross's last mistake. The line went dead. Elena stood frozen, the phone slipping from her numb fingers. Damien caught it, his face carved from fury. He was watching. Elena's voice came from very far away. The whole time he was watching. He knows about the flash drive. He knows we're planning something. He's bluffing. But Damien's hands shook as he pulled her close. He's trying to scare you into backing down. It's working. Elena pressed her face into his chest, feeling her carefully maintained control fracture. God, Damien, what if he's right? What if going after him gets us both killed? What if... Hey! He tilted her face up, forcing her to meet his eyes. Look at me. Breathe. You're spiraling. My mother died because she tried to expose him. Chen spent 15 years running. How many others has he killed or silenced or... And how many more will he kill if we don't stop him? Damien's voice was hard, uncompromising. Elena, I know you're scared. I'm terrified. But backing down now means your mother died for nothing. It means Chen's sacrifice, all those years of running, were pointless. It means Marcus Hale wins. I don't want to die. The confession came out broken. I don't want you to die. I just found you and I can't. You won't lose me. He kissed her, fierce and claiming. I promise you, Elena. Whatever happens, whatever Hale throws at us, we survive this. Together. You can't promise that. Watch me. His hands tightened on her face. His eyes burning with intensity. I've spent 15 years preparing for this war. I have resources Hale doesn't know about, allies he can't touch, contingencies for every scenario. And I have something he doesn't. What? You. Damien's voice cracked. I have you, and you make me stronger than I've ever been. So no, Marcus Hale doesn't get to win. Not this time. Not ever. Elena wanted to believe him. Wanted to trust that love and preparation could overcome decades of corruption and violence. But her mother's ghost whispered warnings, and Robert Chen's fear echoed in her memory. What do we do now? She asked. Now we make copies of everything on that drive. We distribute them to people Hale can't reach. Journalists in other countries, prosecutors in other jurisdictions, activists who specialize in exposing corruption. We create an insurance policy that guarantees if anything happens to us, the evidence goes public automatically. And then we wait for him to make a mistake. Damien's smile was sharp, dangerous. Because he will. He's been untouchable for so long that he's gotten arrogant. And arrogance creates openings. Elena nodded, forcing herself to think tactically instead of emotionally. We need to move the evidence somewhere secure. If he knows we have it. Already done. Damien pulled out his phone, typing rapidly. I'm uploading encrypted copies to 3 separate secure servers right now. Even if he burns down this building, the evidence survives. He threatened to burn me. Elena heard the tremor in her own voice, hated it. Just like my mother. He's going to. No. Damien pulled her into his arms. His grip almost painful in its intensity. I won't let that happen. I'll die before I let him hurt you. That's not comforting. It's not meant to be comforting. It's meant to be true. He pulled back, his eyes meeting hers with brutal honesty. I'm not a good man, Elena. I'm my father's son, and I've done terrible things in the name of business. But I'm also a man who keeps his promises. And I promise to protect you. So that's what I'm going to do, even if it costs me everything. Elena pressed her palm against his chest, feeling his heart race beneath her fingers. We protect each other. That's the deal. Partners, remember. Partners. He sealed it with a kiss that tasted like fear and determination and something that was starting to feel dangerously like love. They spent the rest of the evening fortifying their position, uploading files, contacting allies, building the insurance policy that would keep them alive. By midnight, copies of Chen's evidence existed in 7 countries, held by journalists and activists and prosecutors who specialized in taking down powerful men. "If anything happens to us," Damien explained, showing Elena the automated system he'd built, "these files go public within 24 hours. Hale can't stop them all. Even if he kills us, he loses." "Mutually assured destruction," Elena said. "Exactly." Damien closed his laptop, exhaustion etched in every line of his face. "It's not perfect, but it's the best protection we have." They went to bed but didn't sleep, lying tangled together in the darkness. Elena traced the scar on Damien's side, the one he'd never fully explained. His hand covered hers, stilling the motion. "My father gave me that," he said quietly. "When I was 22. I'd questioned one of his business decisions, suggested it was unethical. He threw a glass at me, then a paperweight. The paperweight had sharp edges." Elena's breath caught. "Jesus." "He apologized later. Said he'd been under stress, that I'd provoked him, that it wouldn't happen again." Damien's voice was flat, distant. "It happened 6 more times before he died. Each time I told myself I'd leave. Each time I stayed. Because I was weak and scared, and convinced I deserved it." "You didn't deserve it." Elena pressed her lips to the scar, feeling him shudder. "You were his victim, not his accomplice." "I was both." His arm tightened around her. "That's what I'm trying to atone for. Not just the fires and the deaths, but my own complicity. My weakness. My failure to stop him when I had the chance. You were 19 when my mother died. 22 when he scarred you. You were a kid, Damien. You can't blame yourself for." "I can, and I do." He rolled to face her, his eyes luminous in the darkness. "But being with you makes me want to be better than my worst moments. Makes me believe I might actually deserve redemption." Elena cupped his face, feeling the stubble rasp against her palm. "You deserve more than redemption. You deserve peace, happiness, a life that isn't defined by your father's sins." "So do you." His thumb traced her lower lip. "Your mother's death shouldn't define you. But here we are, both of us chasing ghosts. Maybe that's what we need." Elena pressed closer, needing his warmth. "Maybe we need to finish what they started before we can move forward. And if we can't, if Marcus Hale wins, then at least we tried together." She kissed him slow and deep. "At least we didn't die alone." His response was to pull her beneath him, his body covering hers with protective weight. They made love slowly, carefully, each touch a promise and a prayer. When Elena came apart beneath him, his name on her lips, she felt something shift in her chest, not breaking but transforming. Grief becoming purpose, fear becoming determination. Afterward, they lay in the darkness, listening to the city breathe beyond the windows. "I'm scared," Elena admitted. "Me too." Damien's hand found hers, their fingers interlacing. "But I'm also ready. For the first time in 15 years, I'm actually ready to finish this. Together. Together." Elena closed her eyes, feeling exhaustion finally pull her under. Her last thought before sleep claimed her was of her mother's face. Not the obituary photo, but the living woman. Sharp-eyed, fearless. The kind of person who walked into danger because some truths were worth dying for. "I'm finishing what you started, Mom. Promise." In the darkness, Damien's arms tightened around her, and Elena let herself believe they might actually survive what came next. Chapter 5. The Bargain. Elena woke to find Damien's side of the bed empty, the sheets already cool. She checked her phone. 6:47 a.m. Through the bedroom windows, Manhattan was still caught between night and dawn, the towers etched in charcoal against a lightning sky. She found him in the study, surrounded by printouts and laptop screens. his hair disheveled from running his hands through it. He'd changed into fresh clothes, dark jeans, black Henley, but his eyes carried the shadows of another sleepless night. "How long have you been up?" Elena asked from the doorway. "Never went to sleep." He didn't look away from the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "I've been analyzing Chen's files, cross-referencing with my own research. There's something here, a pattern I'm missing." Elena moved behind him, her hands finding his shoulders. The muscles were rigid with tension, knotted from hours of hunching over the computer. She dug her thumbs in, working at the knots, and felt him exhale. "You need rest," she said. "I need answers." But he leaned back into her touch, his body betraying his exhaustion. Hale's threat wasn't just bluster. He was specific. "He knows we have the evidence, which means he either has someone inside Chen's network or he's been monitoring us more closely than we realized." Elena's hands stilled. "You think he's watching us now? Here. I've had the penthouse swept 3 times since yesterday. No bugs, no cameras, no obvious surveillance." Damien gestured at the screens. "But he knew about the Red Hook meeting. Either he followed Chen or he's tracking your phone or Chen told him." Elena voiced the fear that had been growing since Hale's call. What if the whole thing was a setup? What if Chen's working for Hale now, and the flash drive is? "The files are legitimate. I verified them against my own research, and they match perfectly. Financial records that I've spent years trying to obtain, emails that confirm my suspicions." Damien pulled up a spreadsheet, pointing to highlighted rows. "This is real, Elena. Chen gave us exactly what he promised." "Then how did Hale know?" "That's what I'm trying to figure out." Damien's jaw clenched. "There has to be a leak somewhere. Someone in Chen's network, or someone monitoring our communications, or..." His phone buzzed. "Unknown number." They both froze. Damien answered on speaker. "Cross. Good morning." Marcus Hale's voice was smooth, almost pleasant. "I trust you both slept well. Or did my call yesterday keep you up?" Elena's hands tightened on Damien's shoulders. He covered one with his own, his grip steady despite the tension radiating through him. "What do you want, Marcus?" "To make you an offer." Hale's tone shifted, becoming businesslike. "I'm a reasonable man, Damien. I understand you feel obligated to pursue this vendetta because of your father's sins. And Mrs. Cross, I sympathize with your desire for justice regarding your mother. But continuing down this path serves no one. Except the 8 people you murdered," Elena said. Then Hale laughed, the sound like breaking glass. "Alleged murders, Mrs. Cross. Nothing has been proven in a court of law. And nothing will be, because the evidence you possess is inadmissible, obtained through questionable means, potentially falsified, certainly lacking proper chain of custody." "We'll see what prosecutors think," Damien said. "Will you?" "Because I've already spoken to the Manhattan DA, the Brooklyn DA, and the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District. All of them have assured me they have no interest in pursuing ancient cases based on dubious evidence provided by a fugitive accountant." Hale's voice hardened. "You're not going to win this through legal channels, Damien. You're not going to destroy me with Chen's flash drive. All you're going to do is paint targets on your backs." "Then why call?" Elena asked. "If we're so powerless, why bother threatening us?" Another pause. When Hale spoke again, his voice carried a note of grudging respect. "Because you're Victor Cross's son, and Victor was nothing if not persistent. And because you, Mrs. Cross, are your mother's daughter. I've learned not to underestimate the children of my enemies. So what's your offer?" Damien's hand tightened on Elena's. "A trade. You give me every copy of Chen's files, every backup, every encrypted upload, every distributed version. You sign NDAs with teeth. You go back to playing newlyweds and forget this crusade." Hale paused. "And in exchange, I give you something you want more than revenge." "There's nothing you have that I want," Damien said. "Are you sure?" Because I have proof that your father didn't die of a heart attack 2 years ago. I have evidence that Victor Cross was murdered. And I know who killed him. The silence that followed was absolute. Elena felt Damien go rigid beneath her hands. His breathing suspended. You're lying, he said finally. Am I? Your father was 62, in perfect health despite his vices. He exercised religiously, had regular checkups, no history of cardiac issues. Yet one morning he collapsed in his office, dead before the paramedics arrived. The autopsy showed acute myocardial infarction, a heart attack. Clean, explicable, tragic. Hale's voice dropped. Except it wasn't natural. It was induced. A specific compound, undetectable in standard toxicology screens, that causes cardiac arrest within minutes of ingestion. Very expensive. Very effective. Very traceable if you know what to look for. Elena watched Damien's face. Saw the war between disbelief and desperate hope. Who? Give me the files and I'll tell you. Give me your silence. And I'll give you the person who murdered your father. Then you can decide what justice looks like. Hale's tone became almost gentle. I'm offering you a gift, Damien. The chance to avenge Victor properly. All you have to do is walk away from a fight you can't win. Damien's hand moved to end the call, but Elena caught his wrist. Why would you give us that information? What do you gain? Peace of mind. Hale sounded amused. I'm 70 years old, Mrs. Cross. I've built an empire, survived countless enemies, outlasted everyone who ever threatened me. But I'm tired of looking over my shoulder. Tired of wondering when Victor Cross's son will finally move against me. This way we all get what we want. You get your revenge. I get my security. Everyone wins. Except the 8 people you killed, Elena said again. Ancient history. Unfortunate necessities of business. Hale's voice hardened. But if you prefer, we can play this out the traditional way. I can have you both killed, professionally, cleanly, in a manner that looks like an accident. Or I can destroy you financially, socially, legally. I have the resources and the patience. The question is whether you do. The line went dead. Elena released Damien's wrist, moving around to face him. His expression was carved from stone, but his eyes burned with something between rage and anguish. He's lying, she said. Your father died of natural causes. The autopsy was performed by a medical examiner on Hale's payroll. Damien's voice was flat. I've always suspected it, but I couldn't prove it. My father had enemies, Elena. Dozens of them. Any one of them could have wanted him dead. But you don't believe it was natural. No. He stood abruptly, pacing to the windows. My father was many things. Cruel, ruthless, violent. But he was also careful about his health. Obsessively so. He saw dying as losing, and he refused to lose at anything. A sudden heart attack never made sense. Elena watched him, seeing the boy beneath the man. The son who'd been scarred and terrorized and broken by his father, but who'd still loved him in the complicated way children love their abusers. If Hale's telling the truth, she said carefully, if someone did murder your father, does that change anything? Does it change what we're doing? I don't know. Damien pressed his palms against the glass, his breath fogging the window. I've spent 15 years trying to atone for my father's sins. Trying to become the opposite of everything he was. But if someone murdered him, if they took justice into their own hands, then they did what we're trying to do to Hale. Elena joined him at the window. They eliminated a threat. They stopped someone who'd killed multiple people and would have killed more. Is that justice or murder? Maybe it's both. Elena took his hand, feeling the tremor he was trying to hide. Damien, I understand wanting to know who killed your father. But accepting Hale's offer means letting him win. Means my mother died for nothing. It means 8 people's deaths go unpunished. I know. His fingers tightened on hers. But what if the person who killed my father is someone I care about? Someone who did it to protect me from him? What if, His voice cracked. What if it was me, and I've blocked it out? The admission hung between them, raw and terrible. Elena turned him to face her, forcing him to meet her eyes. Did you kill your father? I don't think so. But the uncertainty in his voice was devastating. But I wanted to. God, Elena, I wanted to so many times. Every time he hit me, every time he forced me to participate in his schemes, every time he... Damien's breath hitched. What if wanting it was enough? What if I did something, said something that led to his death? Then you'd remember. Elena cupped his face, her thumbs stroking his cheekbones. You're not the kind of man who forgets killing someone. You carry every sin, every mistake, every moment of complicity like stones in your pockets. If you'd killed him, you'd know. Would I? His eyes searched hers, desperate for absolution. Or would I have buried it so deep that I convinced myself it never happened? Elena didn't have an answer. She pulled him into her arms instead, holding him while he shook with suppressed emotion. They stood like that as Manhattan woke beyond the windows, two people bound by grief and guilt and the terrible weight of unanswered questions. Finally, Damien pulled back, his control reassembling itself piece by piece. We need to decide. Accept Hale's offer and get answers about my father, or continue with our plan and risk everything. What do you want to do? He stopped, jaw clenching. I want to know who killed my father. I want to understand why. His voice broke. I want to stop feeling like I'm drowning in his sins. Elena's heart cracked for him. Then let's find out. But not by giving Hale what he wants. We'll find the truth ourselves. How? If Hale has proof, if he knows who did it. Then he's vulnerable. Elena's mind raced, connecting pieces. He's offering us information he shouldn't have. Which means he was either involved in your father's death, or he's been investigating it himself. Either way, that's leverage. Damien stared at her, hope and calculation warring in his expression. You want to use this against him. I want to find the truth without surrendering our only weapon. Elena moved to the desk, pulling up the files from Chen's flash drive. Somewhere in here, there has to be something about your father's death. If Hale knows what happened, he documented it. He documents everything. They spent the next 3 hours searching, cross-referencing dates and names and financial transactions. Elena's eyes burned from staring at screens. Her back ached from hunching over printouts. But she refused to stop, driven by the desperate need in Damien's face. Finally she found it. Here. She pulled up an email, dated 3 weeks before Victor Cross's death. From Marcus Hale to someone named J. Morrison. Subject line: Victor problem resolution. Damien moved behind her, reading over her shoulder. His breath caught. Hey. Victor's becoming a liability. His methods are too crude, his temper too volatile. The Brooklyn Heights situation was supposed to be clean. Instead, we have 5 bodies and a martyred art historian whose daughter won't stop asking questions. Victor's lost control. I'm authorizing permanent resolution. Use the compound we discussed. Make it look natural. Timing is critical. Needs to happen before the Cross Industries audit reveals our financial arrangements. Confirm when handled. Usual fee applies. The response came 2 days later. Confirmed. Target eliminated. Payment received. Pleasure doing business. Elena felt Damien's hands grip the back of her chair. His knuckles white. J. Morrison. That's. We need to find out who that is. Elena was already typing, running searches. If we can identify them, prove they killed your father on Hale's orders. Then we have proof Hale committed murder. Not just arson and insurance fraud, but direct, premeditated murder of a business partner. Damien's voice was hollow. My father was killed because he was too messy, too violent, too likely to get caught. I'm sorry. Elena turned to face him, seeing the devastation in his eyes. I know he hurt you, but he was still your father. And Hale had him killed like a dog that bit too many people. Damien's laugh was broken. The irony is that my father would have respected the efficiency of it. He always said sentiment was weakness. I guess Hale agreed. Elena stood, pulling him into her arms. He resisted for a moment, then collapsed against her, his face buried in her neck. She felt wetness against her skin. Tears, finally, for a father who'd been monster and victim both. "We're going to get him," she whispered. "Not just for my mother or Chen's silence or the 8 people he killed. For your father too. For all of it." Damien pulled back, his eyes red-rimmed but clear. "I need to find Jay Morrison. I need to know who actually killed him. We'll find them together." Elena wiped his tears with her thumbs, the gesture achingly intimate. "But first, we need to secure this evidence. If Hale knows we found it, he'll kill Morrison to eliminate the witness." Damien was already moving, downloading files, encrypting data. "We need to move fast. Find Morrison before Hale does, get their testimony, build an airtight case. And then we destroy Marcus Hale completely." Damien's voice was steel-wrapped in silk. "Not just legally, financially, socially, professionally. I want him to lose everything he's built. I want him to understand what it feels like to have his empire crumble. And then, when he's broken and desperate and alone, then we send him to prison for the rest of his miserable life." The viciousness in his tone should have scared Elena. Instead, it resonated with something dark in her own chest, the part of her that wanted Marcus Hale to suffer the way her mother had suffered, the way Damien had suffered, the way 8 families had suffered. "How do we find Morrison?" she asked. "I have resources. Private investigators, security consultants, people who specialize in finding people who don't want to be found." Damien pulled out his phone, already dialing. "It'll take time, but..." "We don't have time." Elena grabbed his wrists, stopping him. "Hale gave us an ultimatum. He's expecting an answer. If we don't respond, he'll assume we're refusing his offer and he'll move against us." Damien's jaw clenched. "Which means we need to give him an answer. We need to buy time while we search for Morrison." Elena's stomach dropped. "You want to accept his offer. I want to make him think we're accepting it." Damien's eyes met hers, calculating and cold. "We tell him we need time to gather all the copies, that we want to negotiate terms. We string him along while we find Morrison and build our case. Then when we're ready, we strike. He'll know we're stalling. Probably. But he's arrogant enough to believe he's already won. That arrogance will make him sloppy." Damien's hand cupped her face. "Can you do this? Can you sit across from the man who killed your mother and pretend to negotiate?" Elena thought of her mother's face, of the locked office door, of 15 years of silence and grief. She thought of Damien's scars, visible and invisible, carved by a father who'd been murdered for being too violent. "Yes," she said. "I can do whatever it takes. Then we have a plan." Damien sealed it with a kiss, hard, claiming, desperate. "We meet with Hale, we negotiate in bad faith, and we buy ourselves time to find the truth. And if we can't find Morrison, then we go to war with what we have." His forehead pressed against hers. "Either way, Marcus Hale loses. I promise you that." Elena wanted to believe him, wanted to trust that careful planning and righteous fury could overcome decades of corruption. But her mother's ghost whispered warnings, and Victor Cross's murder proved that even powerful men could be eliminated with the right motivation. "Call him," she said. "Set up the meeting. Let's finish this." Damien dialed, his hand steady despite everything. Marcus Hale answered on the first ring, his voice carrying smug satisfaction. "I was hoping you'd call. Have you made a decision?" "We're willing to discuss terms," Damien said, his tone carefully neutral. "But we need time to compile all the copies, verify the distribution points. And we want certain assurances in writing." "Of course. I'm a reasonable man." Hale's pleasure was audible. "Shall we say dinner?" "Tomorrow night, my club." We can discuss the details in private. Your club is too public. My penthouse 8 p.m. Just you, no associates, no lawyers. Oz. Then Hale laughed. You don't trust me, Damien. I'm hurt. You murdered my father. Trust isn't on the table. Fair enough. Hale's tone shifted, becoming businesslike. 8 p.m. tomorrow. I'll bring proof of Victor's murder. You'll bring assurances that all copies of Chen's files will be destroyed. And then we can all move forward. See you tomorrow. Damien ended the call, his hand shaking slightly as he set down the phone. Elena moved into his arms, feeling his heart race against her cheek. 24 hours. We have 24 hours to find Morrison and build a case. Then we'd better get started. But Damien didn't move, his arms tightening around her. Elena, if this goes wrong, if Hale realizes what we're doing, then we go down fighting. She pulled back to look at him. Together. That's the deal, remember? Partners. Partners. His smile was sharp, dangerous, the predator emerging from beneath the grief. Let's go hunting. They spent the rest of Sunday building their trap. Damien made calls to his network of investigators, feeding them the name J. Morrison and every detail from Hale's email. Elena reviewed Chen's files again, looking for any additional evidence that could tie Hale to Victor's murder. By evening, they had 3 potential leads on Morrison's identity and location. By midnight, they'd narrowed it to 1. James Morrison, former military contractor specializing in discrete solutions, last known address in Queens. I'm going to talk to him, Damien announced, already reaching for his jacket. We're going to talk to him, Elena corrected. Partners, remember? Elena, this man is a professional killer. If he feels threatened, then it's good I'll be there to keep you from getting shot. She grabbed her own jacket, ignoring his glare. You said we protect each other. That means I don't stay home while you walk into danger. The argument that followed was brief and vicious, ending only when Elena pointed out that Morrison might respond better to a woman, less threatening, more likely to inspire sympathy. Damien hated the logic but couldn't refute it. They took the Mercedes, Thomas driving while Damien briefed his security team via phone. The address led them to a modest house in Astoria, lights on despite the late hour. Let me do the talking, Damien said as they approached the door. If anything feels wrong, I run. I know. Elena touched the pendant at her throat, the tracker and panic button Damien had insisted she wear. Let's go. Damien knocked. Footsteps approached, a lock disengaged. The door opened to reveal a man in his 50s. Gray hair, military bearing, eyes that assessed them with professional calculation. James Morrison? Damien asked. Depends on who's asking. Morrison's hand stayed near his waistband, where Elena glimpsed the outline of a holstered weapon. Damien Cross. This is my wife, Elena. We need to talk about Marcus Hale and Victor Cross. Morrison's expression didn't change, but his shoulders tensed fractionally. I don't know those names. Yes, you do. Damien pulled out his phone, showing Morrison the email. You killed my father 2 years ago. Hale paid you to make it look like a heart attack. We have proof. The silence stretched. Then Morrison stepped back, gesturing them inside. 5 minutes. Then you leave and forget you were ever here. They entered a living room that was neat, sparse, decorated with the kind of generic furniture that suggested someone who didn't plan to stay long. Morrison remained standing, his hand never straying far from his weapon. Why are you here? He asked. If you have proof, go to the police. Because the police are compromised. Elena spoke for the first time. And because we need your testimony. We're building a case against Marcus Hale for multiple murders, including my mother's. Your testimony about Victor Cross's death could be the key to putting him away. Morrison's laugh was bitter. You want me to testify against Marcus Hale? Do you have any idea what he's capable of? What he'd do to me if I cooperated? We know exactly what he's capable of. Damien's voice was hard. That's why we're here. That's why we're willing to offer you protection, immunity, a new identity if necessary. But we need the truth about my father's death. The truth. Morrison moved to the window, checking the street with practiced paranoia. The truth is that your father was a monster, Mr. Cross. He killed people without remorse, terrorized his own son, built an empire on blood and fear. When Hale came to me with the contract, I barely hesitated. The world is better off without Victor Cross. Elena saw Damien flinch, the words landing like physical blows. She moved closer, her hand finding his. Maybe it is, she said to Morrison. But that doesn't make murder justice. And it doesn't change the fact that Hale ordered you to kill someone to protect his own interests. How many others has he had you eliminate? Morrison's silence was answer enough. Help us stop him, Elena pressed. Help us make sure he can't order anyone else's death. Testify and we'll protect you. We'll make sure you're safe from his retaliation. No one's safe from Marcus Hale. But Morrison's resolve was wavering. Elena could see it in his eyes. He has resources, connections, people who owe him favors. Even if I testified, even if you somehow managed to put him in prison, he'd find a way to get to me. Not if he's dead. Damien's voice was flat, cold. Not if we destroy him so completely that his network crumbles. Help us, and I'll make sure Marcus Hale never threatens anyone again. Morrison studied them both, weighing risks and possibilities. Finally, what do you need? Everything. Damien pulled out a small recording device. The contract, the payment, how you did it, what Hale said when he hired you. Every detail on the record, admissible in court. And in exchange, immunity from prosecution, witness protection, and $5 million. Damien's offer was immediate, non-negotiable. Enough to disappear completely and live comfortably for the rest of your life. Morrison's eyebrows rose. You're serious? I'm Victor Cross's son. I don't make offers I can't honor. Damien held out the recording device. 1 hour of your time. That's all I'm asking. Tell us what happened and we'll handle the rest. The silence stretched, loaded with possibility and danger. Then Morrison took the device, his decision made. 1 hour, he said. Then you leave and never contact me again. Deal. Deal. Damien activated the recording. Tell us about the night you killed my father. Morrison's testimony was clinical, detailed, devastating. He described the compound, a synthetic substance that mimicked cardiac arrest, undetectable in standard autopsies. He described the delivery method, slipped into Victor's morning coffee by a paid assistant. He described watching from across the street as Victor collapsed, as paramedics arrived too late, as Damien himself had rushed to the scene. I saw you that day, Morrison said, his voice almost gentle. Standing outside the building, watching them bring out the body. You looked relieved. Like part of you was glad he was gone. Damien's hand tightened on Elena's. I was. And I've hated myself for that relief every day since. Don't. Morrison's expression softened fractionally. Your father was a monster. Feeling relief at his death doesn't make you a bad person. It makes you human. The recording ended. Morrison handed back the device. His face carefully neutral. That's everything I know. Hale paid me $200,000, half up front, half on completion. The assistant who delivered the compound disappeared, probably killed to eliminate the witness. And I've been waiting for 2 years for Hale to decide I'm a liability to. He won't get the chance. Damien pocketed the device. We're meeting him tomorrow night. Once we have his admission on record, we're taking everything to the FBI. By Tuesday morning, Marcus Hale will be in custody. And if he doesn't admit anything, if he's smart enough to stay silent, then we leak everything we have to the press. Elena's voice was steel. Financial records, emails, your testimony. We destroy him in the court of public opinion, even if we can't convict him legally. Morrison nodded slowly. You're more like your parents than you know. Both of you. Stubborn, reckless, willing to burn everything down for principle. He moved to the door, opening it. Good luck. You're going to need it. They left, Morrison's warning echoing in the night air. In the Mercedes, Elena felt the weight of what they'd accomplished, and what still lay ahead. We have his testimony, she said. We have proof Hale ordered your father's murder. That's leverage. It's ammunition. Damien's hand found hers in the darkness. Tomorrow night we use it. We make Hale think we're surrendering, and then we destroy him. What if he suspects? What if he comes armed or brings backup or? Then we adapt. His grip tightened. Elena, I need you to promise me something. If tomorrow goes wrong, if Hale makes a move, you run. You take the evidence and you run, and you don't look back. I'm not leaving you. You have to. His voice cracked. If something happens to me, you're the only one who can finish this. You're the only one who can make sure my father's death and your mother's death, and all of it means something. Elena turned to face him, seeing the fear beneath his control. Nothing's going to happen to you. We're partners, remember? We protect each other. Promise me anyway. His hand cupped her face, desperate. Promise me that if it comes down to a choice between finishing this and saving me, you'll choose the mission. Promise me you won't let Marcus Hale win. The request was impossible, unfair, a burden she didn't want to carry. But looking into Damien's eyes, seeing the desperate need for purpose that had driven him for 15 years, Elena understood. This wasn't about survival anymore. It was about meaning. About making sure that all the death and grief and sacrifice added up to something more than tragedy. I promise, she whispered. He kissed her then, deep, claiming, desperate. Like he was trying to memorize the taste of her, the feel of her, everything that made this moment real. When they finally pulled apart, Manhattan was waiting beyond the windows, glittering and indifferent. Tomorrow they would face Marcus Hale. Tomorrow they would spring their trap. Tonight, they held each other in the darkness and pretended they weren't terrified of what came next. Chapter 6. The Reckoning. The penthouse felt different on Monday evening, charged with anticipation, every surface gleaming under Damien's obsessive preparation. Elena watched him move through the space, adjusting furniture angles, testing sightlines, positioning his laptop on the coffee table with surgical precision. He'll sit here. Damien indicated the white leather armchair facing the windows. Back to the glass, which he'll hate but won't refuse. It puts him in frame for the cameras. Elena glanced at the 3 hidden cameras Damien's security team had installed that afternoon. One in the abstract sculpture on the bookshelf, one in the air vent above the bar, one embedded in the frame of a Rothko print. Professional grade, motion activated, feeding directly to encrypted servers in 3 countries. What if he sweeps for surveillance, she asked. He will. That's why these are passive. No transmission signal to detect until after he leaves. By the time he realizes he's been recorded, the files will be distributed to every prosecutor and journalist on our list. Damien's smile was sharp enough to draw blood. He's walking into a trap he can't see. Elena moved to the windows, watching the sun set over Manhattan. The city blazed gold and crimson, beautiful and indifferent to the violence being planned in its towers. Somewhere out there, Marcus Hale was preparing for this meeting too. Probably confident, certainly dangerous. I'm scared, she admitted. Damien's arms came around her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder. Good. Fear keeps you sharp. It's overconfidence that gets people killed. Is that what happened to my mother? She got overconfident. No. His grip tightened. Your mother got unlucky. She trusted the wrong person at the wrong time. But she wasn't overconfident, she was brave. There's a difference. Elena leaned back into his warmth, drawing strength from his solid presence. They'd spent the day fortifying their position, copying Morrison's testimony to multiple secure locations, briefing Damien's attorney on what to do if they both died, writing detailed instructions for how to release the evidence if Hale made them disappear. Preparing for war felt like preparing for a funeral. What time is it? Lena asked. 7:43. Damien's watch glinted in the dying light. 17 minutes until Hale arrives. Assuming he's punctual. He will be. Punctuality is a power move. Shows he's not afraid, not concerned, completely in control. Elena turned in his arms, studying his face. The tension was there in the tightness around his eyes, the rigid set of his jaw, but his hands were steady. How do you feel? Like I'm about to face the man who murdered my father and try not to kill him before we get what we need. Damien's laugh was hollow. So normal. Elena cupped his face, forcing him to meet her eyes. We're going to survive this. We're going to get his admission on record, we're going to destroy him, and we're going to walk away. Together. You can't promise that. Watch me. She pulled him down into a kiss, deep, claiming a promise sealed in contact. When they broke apart, both were breathing hard. I love you. I know we haven't said it, I know it's too soon and too complicated, but I need you to know. Whatever happens tonight. I love you. Damien's eyes closed, pain and something like wonder flickering across his face. Elena. You don't have to say it back. I just needed you to know. She stepped away, smoothing her dress. Simple black sheath, elegant but practical, nothing that would restrict movement if she needed to run. In case something goes wrong. Nothing's going to go wrong. But his voice lacked conviction. He moved to the bar, pouring 2 fingers of whiskey with hands that almost trembled. And for the record, I love you too. Have since the moment you walked into my office and looked at me like I was a puzzle to solve instead of a monster to fear. The admission landed in Elena's chest, warm and terrifying. She wanted to cross back to him, to spend the next 17 minutes memorizing the feel of his arms around her. Instead, she checked her phone, reviewing the plan one final time. Hale would arrive. They'd offer him drinks, establish false rapport. Damien would present the compiled evidence. Actually a decoy flash drive containing nothing useful. Hale would provide his proof about Victor's murder. And then, when his guard was down, when he felt secure in his victory, they'd spring the trap. Morrison's testimony. The emails about Victor's death. The full scope of Hale's crimes laid out in undeniable detail. All recorded, all admissible, all devastating. The intercom buzzed. Thomas's voice. Mr. Hale is here, sir. Elena's heart slammed against her ribs. Damien set down his whiskey, his mask sliding into place. Controlled, cold, every inch the corporate predator. Send him up, Damien said. They had 90 seconds while the elevator climbed 73 floors. Elena used them to center herself, channeling her mother's fearlessness, Damien's calculated patience. She was Elena Cross now. Not a victim, not a pawn, but a woman who'd chosen this fight and intended to win it. The elevator doors opened. Marcus Hale stepped into the penthouse wearing a perfectly tailored suit and an expression of smug satisfaction. He carried a leather briefcase, moved with the confidence of a man who'd never lost a negotiation. Damien, Mrs. Cross. He nodded to each of them, his smile practiced. Thank you for agreeing to meet. I trust we can resolve this unpleasantness quickly. That depends on you. Damien gestured to the armchair, the one positioned perfectly for the cameras. Drink. Scotch. Neat. Hale settled into the chair, his back to the windows exactly as Damien had predicted. He set the briefcase on the coffee table between them. Shall we get down to business? Elena took the chair opposite, Damien standing behind her. A united front. You said you had proof about Victor Cross's death. We'd like to see it. And I'd like assurances that all copies of Chen's files have been compiled and are ready for destruction. Hale accepted the scotch Damien handed him, sipping with appreciation. Excellent vintage. Your father had good taste, at least in whiskey. My father had terrible taste in business partners. Damien's voice was flat. But we're not here to discuss his flaws. You made an offer. We're prepared to consider it, with conditions. Conditions? Hale's eyebrow rose. I don't recall offering to negotiate. Then you don't know me very well. Damien moved to the bar, refilling his own glass with deliberate slowness. I'm my father's son. I don't accept first offers. Something flickered in Hale's eyes. Respect, maybe, or wariness. What conditions? We want more than just information about Victor's death. We want immunity. Written, legally binding, signed by you and notarized. We want assurance that no action will be taken against us, our families, or our associates. And we want a timeline for when you'll retire from active business, ensuring we're not constantly looking over our shoulders. Hale laughed, the sound genuinely amused. You're asking me to retire. That's bold. That's realistic. Elena leaned forward, channeling the confidence she didn't quite feel. You're 70 years old, Mr. Hale. You've built an impressive empire. But empires crumble, and the higher they rise, the harder they fall. We're offering you a graceful exit. Take it. Or what? You'll release Chen's files. Hale's smile sharpened. I've already explained why that won't work. The evidence is inadmissible, the prosecutors are compromised, and public opinion can be managed. You're bluffing, Mrs. Cross. And I don't respond well to bluffs. Then maybe you'll respond to this. Damien pulled out his phone, playing Morrison's testimony. The contractor's voice filled the penthouse, clinical and damning. Marcus Hale paid me $200,000 to kill Victor Cross. Half up front, half on completion. I used a synthetic compound that mimics cardiac arrest. Hale's face went pale, then flushed with rage. He lunged forward, grabbing for the phone, but Damien stepped back smoothly. That's just an excerpt, Damien said. We have the full testimony. 2 hours of detailed confession, including how you hired him, what you paid, and why you wanted my father dead. All recorded, all backed up, all ready to go to the FBI. You're lying. But Hale's voice had lost its confidence. Morrison would never testify. He knows what I'd do to him. He's already in protective custody. Elena's lie came out smooth, practiced. FBI picked him up this morning. By now, he's given a full statement and been relocated. You can't touch him. The silence that followed was absolute. Elena watched emotions war across Hale's face. Rage, fear, calculation. Finally, he settled back into the chair, his composure reassembling with visible effort. Clever, he said. Very clever. You lured me here under false pretenses, recorded me without consent, and now you think you have leverage. But you're forgetting something crucial. What's that? Damien asked. Hale reached into his briefcase. Elena's hand moved instinctively to her pendant, ready to signal for extraction. But what Hale withdrew wasn't a weapon. It was a folder, thick with documents. I'm forgetting nothing. In fact, I came prepared for exactly this scenario. He tossed the folder onto the coffee table. Inside, you'll find proof that Damien Cross has been embezzling from his own company for the past 5 years. Falsified financial records, offshore accounts, evidence of securities fraud that will send you to prison for 20 years. Damien's face went rigid. That's fabricated. Is it? Because I have testimony from your CFO, your head of accounting, and 3 board members, all swearing that you've been systematically looting Cross Industries to fund your obsessive investigation into my business dealings. Hale's smile returned, sharp and cruel. I've been building this case for 2 years, Damien. Waiting for you to make a move. And now you have. Elena's stomach dropped. She looked at Damien, saw the fear beneath his control. He's bluffing. He has to be. I'm not. Hale pulled out his phone, making a show of checking the time. In fact, I've already sent copies of this evidence to the SEC, the Manhattan DA, and the FBI. By tomorrow morning, there will be warrants for your arrest. By tomorrow afternoon, Cross Industries will be frozen pending investigation. By next week, you'll be bankrupt and facing federal charges. You bastard. Damien's voice was barely above a whisper. I'm a pragmatist. Hale stood, straightening his cuffs. You thought you could outmaneuver me? You thought Morrison's testimony would be enough? I've been playing this game since before you were born, boy. I've destroyed better men than you. Then why are you here? Elena stood too, refusing to be intimidated. If you've already won, why bother with this meeting? To watch you realize you've lost. Hale's eyes glittered with malice. To see the moment when Damien Cross understands that his obsession with redemption has cost him everything. His company, his freedom, his future. And you, Mrs. Cross, you'll lose your husband to a federal prison. Just like you lost your mother to a fire. Poetic, really. The casual cruelty snapped something in Elena. She moved before thinking, her hand connecting with Hale's face in a slap that echoed through the penthouse. You murdered her, she said, her voice shaking with rage. You locked her in that building and watched her burn. And now you're going to pay for it. Hale touched his reddening cheek. His smile never wavering. Am I? Because from where I'm standing, I'm walking out of here a free man while you two scramble to avoid prison. The evidence against Damien is ironclad. Even if Morrison testifies, even if you release Chen's files, I'll be dead of old age before any trial concludes. But Damien, he'll spend the next 20 years in a cell, thinking about how his need for revenge destroyed his life. Get out. Damien's voice was granite. Get out before I forget why I shouldn't kill you right now. Gladly. Hale picked up his briefcase, moving toward the elevator. Oh, and one more thing, the surveillance equipment you installed. I had my people sweep for it before I arrived. The cameras in the sculpture, the vent, the picture frame. All disabled. This conversation never happened. He stepped into the elevator. His smile the last thing visible before the doors closed. Elena stood frozen, her hand still stinging from the slap, her mind racing through the implications. Hale had known about the cameras, had known about their plan, had come prepared to destroy them. Damien! She turned to find him standing at the windows, his back rigid, his hands clenched at his sides. Damien, he's bluffing. He has to be. He's not. Damien's voice was hollow. I've been moving money around for years, funding the investigation, paying off sources. I was careful but not careful enough. If Hale's people went through my records with the intent to find fraud, they'd find it. Because technically that's what it was. But you were using your own money. You own the company. I have a board. I have shareholders. I have fiduciary responsibilities. He turned, and the devastation on his face made Elena's chest ache. I violated all of them. I committed actual crimes, Elena. Securities fraud, embezzlement, falsifying records. I thought I was being smart, covering my tracks. Instead, I was building the case against myself. Elena's mind raced, looking for solutions, finding only dead ends. We go to the FBI first. We give them everything. Morrison's testimony, Chen's files, proof of Hale's crimes. We trade information for immunity. And spend years in legal battles while Hale's lawyers tie everything up in knots. By the time any of it goes to trial, we'll be bankrupt and broken. Damien moved to the bar, pouring whiskey with shaking hands. He won, Elena. He outplayed us. We thought we were so clever setting our trap, but he was 3 steps ahead the whole time. No. Elena grabbed his wrist, stopping him from drinking. No, we don't give up. There has to be another way. We find it, we adapt, we accept that some fights can't be won. Damien pulled free, downing the whiskey in one burning swallow. I'm sorry. God, Elena, I'm so sorry. I promised I'd protect you, and instead I've dragged you into my mess. When the SEC comes, when the arrests happen, you need to distance yourself. Claim you didn't know about the fraud, that you were just the wife that... Stop. Elena's voice cracked. Stop planning my escape. We're partners, remember? We face this together. There's no together if I'm in prison. His laugh was broken. Your mother died trying to expose Hale. My father died because he was too violent to control. And now I'm going to lose everything because I was too obsessed with revenge to see the trap closing around me. Elena stared at him, seeing the defeat in every line of his body. This was what Marcus Hale had wanted. Not just to win but to break them. To make them understand that power always triumphed over principle, that corruption always outlasted justice. Her mother's voice echoed in her memory. Some things are worth fighting for, baby. Even when the fight seems lost. Especially then. No, Elena said. No what? No, we don't accept this. No, we don't let him win. No, we don't surrender. She moved to Damien's laptop, pulling up the files they'd compiled. You said Hale disabled the cameras. But what about the audio? What? The cameras had built-in microphones, but we also placed independent audio recorders. 3 of them, hidden in different locations. Did Hale's people find those? Damien's eyes widened. I don't know. They were smaller, harder to detect. If they missed them, then we have his admission on tape. His threat, his confession about the fabricated evidence, everything. Elena's fingers flew across the keyboard, accessing the audio files. Please tell me they're still recording. The first file opened. Static, then voices. Hale's smooth tenor, Damien's harder baritone, Elena's own voice sharp with rage. The entire conversation, captured in crystal clarity. I've been building this case for 2 years, Damien. Waiting for you to make a move. You murdered her. You locked her in that building and watched her burn. The evidence against Damien is ironclad. Elena looked up, meeting Damien's eyes. We have him. Not for my mother's death, not for the fires, but for conspiracy to commit fraud, for extortion, for threatening witnesses. It's not everything, but it's enough to start. It's not admissible. He didn't consent to being recorded in a private residence. But he admitted to fabricating evidence against you. That's a crime. And once the FBI starts investigating that, they'll find connections to everything else. Chen's files, Morrison's testimony, the pattern of corruption. It's a thread we can pull. Damien moved beside her, studying the audio waveforms on the screen. Hope and calculation warred in his expression. We'd need to move fast. Get this to the FBI before Hale's fabricated evidence gains traction. And we'd need protection. If he realizes we recorded him anyway, he'll come after us. Then we go now. Tonight. We take everything. The audio, Chen's files, Morrison's testimony. And we walk into the FBI field office and demand protective custody. Elena grabbed her phone, already pulling up the address. We don't wait for Hale to make his next move. We move first. Elena. Damien caught her hand, his grip desperate. If we do this, there's no going back. We'll be in federal protection for months, maybe years. Our lives will be dissected, every secret exposed. And even if we survive, even if Hale goes to prison, we'll never be safe. His network will still exist. His allies will still want revenge. I know. Elena squeezed his hand, feeling the tremor he couldn't hide. But at least we'll be alive. At least we'll have tried. And maybe, if we're very lucky, we'll actually win. His eyes searched hers, looking for doubt, finding only determination. You're sure? I'm sure. She pulled him into a kiss. Quick, fierce, a promise. I love you. And I'm not letting Marcus Hale take you away from me. So let's go. Let's finish this. Damien's control cracked, emotion bleeding through. I don't deserve you. Probably not. Elena managed a shaky smile. But you're stuck with me anyway. Now grab your laptop and let's go. We have a bastard to destroy. They moved with practiced efficiency, gathering evidence, securing backups, preparing for the war ahead. Elena called Thomas, ordering the car brought around immediately. Damien contacted his attorney, giving rapid-fire instructions for what to do if they were arrested. 10 minutes later, they stood in the elevator, descending toward the lobby and whatever came next. Elena's hand found Damien's, their fingers interlacing. Partners, she asked. Partners, he confirmed. The elevator doors opened onto the lobby. And froze. Marcus Hale stood by the entrance, flanked by 4 men in dark suits. His smile was sharp as broken glass. Going somewhere? He asked. Elena's hand moved to her pendant. 2 quick taps, the extraction signal. But before she could complete the motion, one of Hale's men moved, grabbing her wrist with professional efficiency. I don't think so, Mrs. Cross. Hale's voice was pleasant, conversational. You see, I anticipated you might try something desperate. So I had my people wait. And now, well, now we're going to have a very different conversation. One that ends with you both understanding exactly how thoroughly you've lost. Damien lunged forward, but 2 of Hale's men intercepted him, forcing him against the wall. Elena struggled, but the grip on her wrist was iron, inescapable. Let her go. Damien's voice was raw. This is between us, Marcus. Leave her out of it. But she's the best part. Hale moved closer to Elena, his breath hot on her face. Victor's son and Evelyn's daughter, both destroyed by their obsession with justice. There's a poetry to it, don't you think? You're insane, Elena spat. I'm practical. Hale nodded to his men. Take them to the car. We're going somewhere more private. Somewhere we can discuss the terms of their surrender without interruption. They were dragged toward a black SUV idling at the curb. Elena caught a glimpse of Thomas in the Mercedes, his face rigid with fury, his hand moving toward his phone. Help was coming. The extraction team would respond to her signal. But would they arrive in time? The SUV door opened. Hale's man shoved Elena inside, Damien thrown in beside her. The door slammed, locks engaging with ominous finality. Drive, Hale ordered, sliding into the front passenger seat. The warehouse in Red Hook. We have unfinished business there. The SUV pulled away from the curb, tires squealing. Elena's last glimpse of the penthouse showed Thomas running toward his car, phone pressed to his ear. Then they were moving, swallowed by Manhattan traffic, heading toward the warehouse where this had all begun. Where, Elena realized with sickening certainty, Marcus Hale intended it to end. Chapter 7, The Reckoning. The Red Hook warehouse looked different at night. Darker, more menacing, the kind of place where screams would be swallowed by the sound of the river and the distant hum of the BQE. Elena's hands were zip-tied behind her back, plastic cutting into her wrists as Hale's men dragged her from the SUV. Damien fought beside her, earning a rifle butt to his ribs that doubled him over. Elena's scream was muffled by the hand clamped over her mouth. Gently, gentlemen. Hale emerged from the vehicle, straightening his cuffs with the casual precision of a man attending a business meeting. We're not animals. We're simply having a conversation about consequences. The warehouse door hung open, revealing the same cavernous darkness Elena had entered 2 days ago. But this time, portable lights had been set up, illuminating a cleared space in the center. A chair sat in the middle, metal, bolted to the floor, restraints attached to the arms. Elena's blood turned to ice. You're insane, Damien gasped, still bent from the blow. You think you can make us disappear? My security team knows where we are. The FBI has our evidence. Your security team is currently being detained by NYPD on suspicion of illegal weapons possession. Funny how anonymous tips work. Hale's smile was a knife blade. And the FBI has nothing. I made sure of that before I ever came to your penthouse. The audio files you're so proud of. Corrupted during upload. A tragic technical failure. Elena's stomach dropped. You're lying. Am I? Hale pulled out his phone, showing them a screen. The audio files they'd uploaded, all marked with red error symbols, corrupted beyond recovery. I have excellent people, Mrs. Cross. People who can infiltrate systems, corrupt data, make evidence disappear. Did you really think you could outmaneuver me with consumer-grade encryption? Damien's face had gone pale, but his voice remained steady. What do you want, Marcus? You've won. You've destroyed the evidence, neutralized our protection. Why bring us here? Because winning isn't enough. Hale gestured to his men, who forced Damien into the chair. I need you to understand, truly understand, the cost of defying me. Your father learned that lesson too late. Your wife's mother learned it in fire. Now it's your turn. The restraints clicked closed around Damien's wrists, his ankles. Elena lunged forward, but Hale's man held her back effortlessly. Don't touch him. Her voice cracked. Please, if you want someone to hurt me. Leave him alone. How touching. Hale moved to stand before Damien, studying him with clinical interest. You know, Victor used to beg too. Toward the end, when the compound was taking effect, when he realized what was happening, he begged Morrison to call for help. Begged me when I arrived to watch him die. It was pathetic. Damien's jaw clenched. You watched your own partner die. I watched a liability be eliminated. Hale's tone was conversational, pleasant. Just as I'm about to watch his son learn the same lesson. You see, Damien, your mistake was thinking this was about justice or revenge or any of those noble concepts. This is about power. And power means being willing to do what others won't. He pulled a small vial from his pocket. Clear liquid, innocuous. Elena's heart slammed against her ribs as understanding crashed over her. No. The word came out broken. No, please, you don't have to. But I do. Hale uncapped the vial. Because letting you both live means looking over my shoulder forever. Means waiting for the next investigator, the next crusader, the next person who thinks they can expose me. This way is cleaner. Damien dies of a heart attack, just like his father. Tragic genetic weakness. And you, Mrs. Cross. Well, you'll die trying to save him. A murder-suicide, perhaps. The grief-stricken wife who couldn't handle losing another parent figure. They'll know. Elena's voice shook. Morrison's testimony, Chen's files. Even if you corrupted our copies, there are others. You can't kill everyone. I don't need to kill everyone. I just need to kill you too. Hale moved toward Damien with the vial. The rest will fall in line once they see what happens to people who cross me. Wait. Elena's mind raced, looking for leverage, finding only desperation. I'll do whatever you want. Sign anything, say anything, disappear forever. Just let him go. Please. Hale paused, considering. An interesting offer. But I'm afraid Damien's too much of a liability. He spent 15 years obsessing over his father's sins. That kind of obsession doesn't just disappear because you ask nicely. Then kill me instead. The words burst out before Elena could stop them. I'm the one who pushed this. I'm the one who insisted on continuing my mother's investigation. Damien was just trying to protect me. Let him live and I'll. Elena, no. Damien's voice was raw. Don't give him what he wants. But I am giving him what he wants. Elena held Hale's gaze, channeling every ounce of her mother's fearlessness. He wants leverage. He wants control. Fine. Amy. Do whatever you want to me. But let Damien go. He'll stop investigating, he'll sign your NDAs, he'll disappear. Just please. Let him live. The silence stretched, loaded with calculation. Hale studied her face, looking for the lie, finding only desperate sincerity. You'd die for him. Hale's tone carried genuine curiosity. After 3 days of marriage. After everything he's cost you. Yes. Elena's voice didn't waver. Because he's the only person who understood why my mother's death mattered. Because he spent 15 years trying to atone for sins that weren't his. Because I love him, and I won't let you take him away from me. Something flickered in Hale's expression. Not sympathy exactly, but recognition. You really are Evelyn's daughter. She had that same stubborn nobility. That same willingness to sacrifice herself for principle. He turned to Damien. Your wife is offering her life for yours. What do you say to that? I say she's the bravest person I've ever met. Damien's eyes locked on Elena's, burning with intensity. And I say I'd rather die than let you hurt her. How romantic. Hale moved back to Damien, vial raised. Unfortunately, you don't get a choice. The warehouse door exploded inward. FBI agents poured through the opening, weapons raised, voices shouting commands. Hale's men reached for their guns, but were immediately surrounded, outmaneuvered, forced to their knees with professional efficiency. Marcus Hale, you're under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder, extortion, and obstruction of justice. A woman in an FBI windbreaker moved forward, her weapon trained on Hale's chest. Drop the vial and put your hands on your head. Hale stood frozen, the vial still clutched in his fingers. Elena watched emotions war across his face. Rage, disbelief, calculation. Then his expression hardened into something cold and final. If I'm going down, he said, his voice eerily calm, I'm taking him with me. He moved toward Damien, vial raised. Elena screamed. The FBI agent fired. The gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space. Hale jerked backward, the vial flying from his hand to shatter against concrete. Clear liquid spread across the floor, hissing slightly where it touched metal shavings. Hale collapsed, blood blooming across his white shirt. His eyes found Elena's, and for a moment she saw not a monster but a man. Old, tired, defeated. Your mother, he gasped. Her. I'm sorry. Then his eyes went distant, empty. Marcus Hale died on the floor of a Red Hook warehouse, surrounded by the ruins of his empire. Elena's knees gave out. An agent caught her, cutting the zip ties with practiced efficiency. Another freed Damien, who stumbled from the chair and pulled Elena into his arms with desperate strength. You're okay, he kept repeating, his hands running over her as if checking for injuries. You're okay, you're safe, I've got you. How? Elena's voice came out broken. How did they know where to find us? Your pendant. Damien pressed his forehead to hers, his breath ragged. The tracker kept transmitting even after Hale's man grabbed you. My security team followed the signal, contacted the FBI, and... His voice cracked. If they'd been 30 seconds later. But they weren't. Elena cupped his face, feeling tears streak down her own cheeks. We're alive. We survived. The FBI agent who'd shot Hale approached, her expression professionally sympathetic. Mrs. Cross, Mr. Cross, I'm Special Agent Sarah Chen. We need to take your statements, but first, are either of you injured? No. Damien's arm remained around Elena, refusing to release her. But I need to know, do you have our evidence? The files we uploaded, Morrison's testimony. We have everything. Agent Chen pulled out a tablet, showing them encrypted files. Your attorney contacted us 3 hours ago with preliminary information. We've been building a case against Marcus Hale for the past 2 years, but we needed witnesses willing to testify. Morrison's statement gave us probable cause for surveillance. Your audio recording of Hale's confession gave us grounds for immediate arrest. But Hale said the files were corrupted, Elena said. He showed us. He showed you fabricated error messages on his own device. Agent Chen's smile was grim. Your files uploaded successfully to our servers. We've been monitoring Hale's communications since this afternoon. When he ordered his men to grab you, we moved into position. The extraction team was already en route when you activated your pendant's panic signal. Elena sagged against Damien, relief and exhaustion crashing over her in waves. So it's over. Hale's dead, his network will crumble. It's not that simple. Agent Chen's expression turned serious. Hale's organization is extensive. We'll need your cooperation to identify his associates, trace his financial networks, build cases against everyone involved. It could take months, possibly years. But we'll be protected, Damien asked. Witness protection if necessary. Though with Hale dead, the immediate threat is significantly reduced. Agent Chen gestured toward the warehouse exit, where paramedics were loading Hale's body into an ambulance. For now, let's get you both checked out medically, then we'll need detailed statements. Can you do that? Elena looked at Damien, seeing her own exhaustion reflected in his eyes. But she also saw determination, the same stubborn refusal to quit that had driven them both this far. "Yes," she said. "We can do that." They spent the next 6 hours at the FBI field office, giving separate statements that were recorded, transcribed, and cross-referenced. Elena walked Agent Chen through everything. Her mother's investigation, Chen's flash drive, Morrison's testimony, Hale's threats. By the time she finished, her voice was hoarse and dawn was breaking over Manhattan. Damien emerged from his own interview looking haggard but relieved. He pulled Elena into his arms the moment he saw her, holding her like he'd never let go. "They're charging Hale posthumously," he said against her hair. "And they're going after his entire network. Everyone who helped him, everyone who knew about the fires and stayed silent. Agent Chen says it could be the biggest corruption case in New York history." "Good." Elena pressed closer, drawing strength from his solid warmth. "My mother would be proud. She'd be proud of you." Damien pulled back to look at her. His eyes red-rimmed but clear. "You were willing to die for me. You offered yourself in my place." "Of course I did." Elena's hand found his face, thumb stroking his cheekbone. "I love you. I told you that before Hale took us. I meant it." "I know." His voice cracked. "And I love you. Have since the moment you walked into my office and demanded answers instead of accepting my control. You're the bravest person I've ever met, Elena Cross." She kissed him then, soft, tender, a promise that they'd survived and would keep surviving. When they broke apart, Agent Chen was waiting with a sympathetic smile. "You're free to go," she said. "We'll need follow-up interviews, but for now, get some rest. You've earned it." Thomas was waiting outside with a Mercedes, his face carved from relief when he saw them. "Mr. Cross, Mrs. Cross, thank God. When they took you I thought." His voice broke. "We're okay, Thomas." Damien's hand found Elena's, their fingers interlacing. "Thanks to you and the extraction team. You saved our lives." The drive back to the penthouse passed in exhausted silence. Elena watched the city wake. Delivery trucks making their rounds, early commuters heading to work, the ordinary machinery of life continuing despite the violence of the previous night. The penthouse felt different when they entered, no longer a glass fortress but a home. Evidence of their frantic preparation still littered the living room, but it no longer mattered. The war was over. They'd won. "Shower," Damien said, his voice rough with exhaustion. "Then bed. We can deal with everything else after we've slept." They showered together, washing away the warehouse's grime and the memory of Hale's threats. Elena's wrists were bruised from the zip ties, Damien's ribs purple from the rifle blow. But they were alive, whole together. They collapsed into bed as the sun fully rose, tangled in each other's arms. Elena pressed her face into Damien's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Steady, strong, alive. "What happens now?" she asked. "Now we rebuild." His hand stroked through her damp hair. "We testify against Hale's associates. We help the FBI dismantle his network. We make sure your mother's investigation and my father's death and all of it means something. And after that, Damien tilted her face up, his eyes soft. "After that, we figure out how to be married for real. Not because of a contract or a debt, but because we choose each other. Every day. For the rest of our lives." Elena's throat tightened. "That sounds terrifying." "It is." His smile was crooked, genuine. "But we've survived worse. I think we can handle being happy." "I love you," she whispered. "I love you too." He kissed her forehead, her cheeks, her mouth. "Now sleep. We've earned it." Elena closed her eyes, feeling exhaustion pull her under. Her last thought before sleep claimed her was of her mother's face. Not the obituary photo, but the living woman, smiling with fierce pride. "Finished it, Mom. We got him." Damien's arms tightened around her, and Elena let herself believe they might actually survive what came next. Together. 3 months later. The Brooklyn Heights brownstone had been transformed. Where her mother's ghost had once haunted every room, Elena now saw possibility. Fresh paint on the walls, new furniture mixing with carefully preserved antiques, light streaming through windows that had been dark for too long. The foundation paperwork came through, Damien called from the study. Her mother's old workspace, now converted into the headquarters for the Evelyn Morgan Justice Foundation. We're officially operational. Elena joined him, studying the documents spread across the desk. Articles of Incorporation 501c. 3. Approval, initial funding commitments. The foundation would investigate corporate corruption, support families of victims, fund legal representation for whistleblowers. Her mother's legacy, transformed into action. How much did we raise? Lena asked. 12 million in the first month. Turns out people are very interested in supporting an organization founded by the woman who took down Marcus Hale. Damien pulled her into his lap, his arms circling her waist. We're going to do good work here. Real work. The kind your mother would be proud of. She'd be proud of you too. Elena's hand found his, their wedding bands glinting in the afternoon light. They'd replaced the original rings, cold platinum purchased for a contract, with simple gold bands engraved with the date they'd chosen each other freely. You've spent 15 years atoning. Maybe it's time to start living instead. I'm working on it. His lips found her neck, the touch gentle. Having you helps. Knowing we survived, knowing we won, it helps. The FBI investigation was ongoing, with 17 of Hale's associates already indicted. Morrison had entered witness protection after giving testimony that corroborated everything in Chen's files. The media had dubbed it the Hale scandal, and prosecutors were calling it the most significant corruption case in decades. Victor Cross's murder had been officially confirmed. His death certificate amended. Damien had held a small memorial service, not for the man his father had been, but for the father he'd wished Victor could have been. It was a start toward healing. Elena's phone buzzed. Agent Chen's name appeared on the screen. Mrs. Cross, I wanted to give you an update. We've just arrested the last member of Hale's inner circle. The case is essentially complete. Elena's breath caught. It's over. The investigation phase is over. Trials will take years, but the immediate danger has passed. You and Mr. Cross are no longer considered at risk. Agent Chen paused. You did good work, Mrs. Cross. Your mother would be proud. The call ended. Elena set down her phone, feeling something loosen in her chest, a tension she'd carried for so long she'd forgotten it was there. It's over, she told Damien. Really over. His arms tightened around her. So what do we do now? Elena looked around the study, at her mother's books still lining the shelves, at the new computer equipment for the foundation, at the framed photograph of Evelyn Morgan that held pride of place on the desk. Young, vibrant, fearless. Now we live, Elena said. We run the foundation. We help other people get justice. We stop letting grief and revenge define us. She turned in his lap, meeting his eyes. We choose happiness. Every single day. That sounds terrifying. Damien echoed her words from months ago. It is. Elena kissed him, soft and sweet. But we've survived worse. I think we can handle being happy. His laugh was genuine, warm, the sound of a man finally learning to breathe freely. I love you, Elena Cross. I love you too. She pressed her forehead to his, feeling the solid warmth of him, the steady beat of his heart. Now and always. Through the window, Brooklyn Heights spread below them, brownstones and tree-lined streets, the neighborhood her mother had loved. Across the river, Manhattan's towers glittered in the afternoon sun, no longer a symbol of power and corruption but simply a city. Beautiful, flawed, full of people trying to survive. Elena and Damien had survived. More than that, they'd won. Not just against Marcus Hale, but against the grief and guilt that had threatened to consume them both. The contract that had brought them together was void now, replaced by choice and love and the daily decision to build something better than what they'd lost. It wasn't redemption exactly. The dead stayed dead, the past remained painful. But it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Chapter 8, The Fire. 6 months after Marcus Hale's death, Elena woke to the smell of smoke. Not the acrid chemical burn of the warehouse, not the phantom scent that sometimes haunted her nightmares. Real smoke, seeping under the bedroom door of the Brooklyn Heights brownstone. She bolted upright, her heart slamming against her ribs. Damien! Her hand found his shoulder, shaking him awake. Damien, wake up. Something's burning. He was alert instantly, the soldier's reflex he'd developed during months of looking over his shoulder. His hand found hers in the darkness, steady despite the fear she heard in his voice. Stay low. We go together. They dropped to the floor, the air clearer near the hardwood. Elena's mind raced through the layout. They were on the 3rd floor, the main staircase 15 feet down the hall, the back stairs through the study. Smoke was thickest near the bedroom door, which meant the fire was between them and the primary exit. Back stairs, she gasped, crawling toward the study door. Damien's hand gripped her ankle, stopping her. Wait. Feel the door first. Elena pressed her palm against the wood. Oh. No heat radiating through. She turned the handle slowly, opening it a crack. Smoke billowed in but no flames. The study was hazy but passable. They crawled through, Elena's lungs burning with each breath. Her mother's books lined the walls, the Foundation's computers sat on the desk, everything they'd built in the past 6 months. She wanted to grab something, save something, but Damien pulled her forward. Don't stop. Keep moving. The back stairs descended into thicker smoke. Elena's eyes streamed, her throat closing. She could hear crackling now, the sound of fire consuming wood, hungry and relentless. Somewhere below, glass shattered. They reached the 2nd floor landing. Heat pressed against Elena's face, visible flames licking up the main staircase. The fire had started on the 1st floor, was spreading fast. Too fast. This isn't an accident, Damien said, his voice tight. The pattern, this is accelerant. Elena's blood turned to ice. Someone set this. Keep moving. He pulled her toward the back stairs continuation but stopped. Flames had reached the 1st floor's rear exit, blocking their escape route. They were trapped between 2 fires, the house burning from both ends. Just like her mother. The roof. Elena grabbed Damien's arm, dragging him back up. There's roof access through the 4th floor storage room. We can signal for help. They climbed, smoke following them like a living thing. Elena's vision blurred, her lungs screaming. Damien's hand in hers was the only thing keeping her oriented, moving forward instead of collapsing. The 4th floor was clearer. The fire hadn't reached this high yet. Elena stumbled toward the storage room, finding the access ladder that led to the roof hatch. Damien climbed first, his shoulder slamming into the hatch until it gave way. Cold November air rushed in, sweet as salvation. They pulled themselves onto the roof, gasping, coughing, alive. Below them, flames erupted through the 3rd floor windows. Elena watched her mother's brownstone burn, the house that had survived 5 years of grief only to be consumed now. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. Who? Elena's voice was raw. Hale's dead, his network is dismantled. Who would do this? I don't know. Damien pulled out his phone, miraculously still in his pocket, and dialed 911. His voice was steady as he reported their location, requested fire and police. Then he pulled Elena against him, his body shielding hers from the heat radiating below. The brownstone's roof was flat, surrounded by a low parapet. They huddled in the corner farthest from the flames, watching the house die. Elena thought of her mother's books, the Foundation's files, the photographs she'd carefully preserved, all of it burning. I'm sorry, Damien said against her hair. I'm so sorry. I should have had better security, should have anticipated. You can't anticipate everything. But Elena's voice shook. Someone had tried to kill them. Again. After 6 months of peace, of rebuilding, of learning to breathe without fear, Someone had tried to burn them alive. The fire trucks arrived, ladders extending toward the roof. Firefighters climbed up, helping Elena and Damien down to safety. Paramedics wrapped them in blankets, checked their vitals, administered oxygen. Elena watched the brownstone burn, flames consuming 4 stories of history and hope. Mrs. Cross. A firefighter approached, his face grim. The fire marshal wants to talk to you both. There's evidence of multiple ignition points, accelerant use. This was definitely arson. We know. Damien's arm tightened around Elena. Someone's trying to finish what Marcus Hale started. They spent the next 4 hours at the precinct, giving statements to detectives who looked increasingly concerned. The fire marshal's preliminary report confirmed what they'd suspected. Accelerant poured at both the front and back entrances, timed to ignite simultaneously, designed to trap anyone inside. This is sophisticated, Detective Maria Rodriguez said, reviewing the report. Professional level. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. Hale's network, Elena said. Someone we missed, someone who wants revenge for his death. We arrested 17 people. Rodriguez pulled up files on her computer. All of them are either in custody or under surveillance. None of them could have done this. Then someone we don't know about. Damien's jaw clenched. Someone who stayed hidden during the investigation, waited until we felt safe, then struck. Elena's phone buzzed. Unknown number. Her hands shook as she answered, putting it on speaker at Rodriguez's gesture. Hello, Mrs. Cross. I hope you enjoyed the wake-up call. A woman's voice, cultured, cold. Consider it a preview of what's coming. Who is this? Elena demanded. Someone who loved Marcus Hale. Someone who's going to make you pay for killing him. The woman's voice hardened. You took everything from me. My father, my inheritance, my future. Now I'm going to take everything from you. Starting with that house. Ending with your lives. The line went dead. Rodriguez was already tracing the call, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Burner phone, signal bouncing through multiple towers. But she said father. Hale had a daughter. Not according to our investigation. Damien pulled out his own phone, accessing files. Hale was married once, divorced. No children listed in any records. Then an illegitimate child, Rodriguez said. Someone he kept hidden, probably to protect her from his enemies. We need to pull his financial records, look for regular payments, trusts, anything that suggests. Vanessa. Elena's voice cut through the speculation. His wife at dinner. She said they'd been married 25 years, since 1998. The same year as my mother's death. Damien's eyes widened. You think Vanessa is behind this? No. But what if Hale had a daughter from a previous relationship? Someone he supported financially but kept separate from his public life. Elena's mind raced. Someone who would have lost everything when he died, when his assets were frozen pending investigation. Rodriguez was already searching, pulling up Hale's financial records. Here. Monthly payments to a trust, started in 1995, continued until his death. Beneficiary listed as J. Hale. Jessica Hale, Damien read over her shoulder. Age 32, currently living in. His face went pale. She's a licensed contractor, specializing in demolition and fire safety systems. The implications crashed over them. Hale's daughter, trained in exactly the skills needed to commit sophisticated arson. Motivated by grief and rage. With access to her father's network and resources. We need to find her, Elena said. Before she tries again. Already on it. Rodriguez was coordinating with other officers, issuing alerts. We'll have units at her listed address within 10 minutes. In the meantime, you two need protection. I'm arranging a safe house. No. Damien's voice was flat. We're not hiding. We're not running. We're going to find Jessica Hale and end this. Mr. Cross, you're civilians. You've already been targeted once tonight. The smart move is protective custody while The smart move got my father killed and Elena's mother burned alive. Damien stood, pulling Elena up with him. We know how Hale's people think, how they operate. We can help you find her. Rodriguez studied them both, weighing protocol against practicality. Finally. Fine. But you're wearing vests, you're staying with armed officers at all times. And if I say you're out, you're out. Understood. Understood, Elena said. They spent the next hour suiting up. Bulletproof vests under borrowed clothes, tracking devices, communication equipment. Elena felt the weight of the vest like a promise and a threat. They'd survived Hale. They'd survived his network. Now they had to survive his daughter's revenge. Rodriguez's phone buzzed. Units at Jessica Hale's apartment report it's empty. Cleared out recently, probably right after her father's death. No forwarding address, no indication of where she went. She's been planning this for months, Damien said. Waiting, watching, learning our patterns. She knew we'd moved into the brownstone, knew we'd feel safe there. Then she knows our other properties too. Elena's stomach dropped. The penthouse, your office, the Foundation's secondary location. All potential targets. Rodriguez was already coordinating, sending units to each location. We'll have them secured within the hour. But that still leaves the question of where Jessica Hale is now. Elena closed her eyes, thinking. If she were Hale's daughter, grieving and enraged, where would she go? Not to hide. Jessica had already made her move, announced her intentions. She'd want to be close, to watch, to savor her revenge. The warehouse, Elena said suddenly. Red Hook. Where Hale died. She'd want to be there where it all ended. Where we took him from her. Damien's eyes met hers, understanding flashing between them. It's symbolic. She's not just trying to kill us. She's trying to recreate what we did to her father. Trap us, make us suffer, make us understand what we cost her. Then that's where we'll find her. Rodriguez grabbed her jacket. Let's move. The Red Hook warehouse looked the same as it had 6 months ago. Abandoned, derelict, the kind of place where violence happened in shadows. But this time they approached with a full tactical team. Officers surrounding the building. Snipers on adjacent rooftops. Stay behind me, Rodriguez ordered as they entered. And if shooting starts, you hit the ground immediately. The warehouse interior was dark, illuminated only by flashlight beams cutting through dust and shadows. Elena's heart hammered as they moved deeper, following the path she'd taken when meeting Chen, when Hale had brought them here to die. Jessica Hale, this is NYPD. Rodriguez's voice echoed in the cavernous space. We have the building surrounded. Come out with your hands visible. Silence. Then a laugh, bitter and broken, from somewhere above. You think I'm afraid of you? You think I care about being arrested? Jessica Hale's voice came from the catwalks overhead, moving, making it impossible to pinpoint her location. You took my father. You destroyed everything he built. You made me watch him die on the news. His body covered by a tarp. His empire crumbling. And for what? Justice. Your father killed 8 people, Elena called out, her voice steady despite her fear. He murdered my mother. He murdered Damien's father. He destroyed families, burned buildings, terrorized witnesses. He was a monster, Jessica. And I'm sorry you lost him, but he deserved what he got. He was my father. The scream was raw, anguished. He was the only person who ever loved me, who ever saw me as more than a mistake to be hidden. And you took him from me. Movement on the catwalk, a shadow shifting. Rodriguez's team tracked it with weapons, but held fire. Elena stepped forward despite Damien's hand on her arm, despite Rodriguez's hissed warning. I know what it's like to lose a parent, Elena said. I know the rage, the grief, the desperate need to make someone pay. But burning us alive won't bring him back. It won't heal what you've lost. It'll just make you exactly like him. Someone who destroys lives because they can't handle their own pain. You don't know anything about me. But Jessica's voice had moved, was closer now. Elena could see her silhouette on a lower catwalk, 20 feet above the floor. Young, dark-haired, carrying something in her hands. A gun. "Drop the weapon," Rodriguez commanded. "Last warning. Or what? You'll shoot me like you shot him." Jessica's laugh was unhinged. "Go ahead. At least I'll die knowing I hurt you first. Knowing I took something you loved, the way you took something from me." "The brownstone was just a house," Elena said, keeping her voice calm despite the terror clawing at her throat. "It can be rebuilt. But if you kill us, if you go down this path, there's no coming back from that. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison, alone, destroyed by the same rage that destroyed your father." "I don't care." But there were tears in Jessica's voice now, the gun wavering. "I don't care about prison or consequences or any of it. I just want the pain to stop. I want to stop seeing his face, stop hearing his voice, stop feeling like I'm drowning in grief every single day." "Then put down the gun." Damien spoke for the first time, his voice gentle. "Let us help you. Let us get you the support you need to process what you've lost. You don't have to do this, Jessica. You don't have to become what he was." The silence stretched, loaded with possibility and danger. Elena watched Jessica's silhouette, saw the gun lower fractionally. Hope flickered in her chest. Then Jessica raised the weapon again, pointing it directly at Elena. "He would have wanted me to finish this," she said. "He would have wanted me to make you pay." The gunshot was deafening. But it wasn't Jessica who fired. Damien had moved, his body slamming into Elena's, taking her to the ground as Rodriguez's team opened fire. Bullets sparked against metal, ricocheting off the catwalk. Jessica screamed, the gun clattering from her hands as she stumbled backward. For a moment, she teetered on the edge of the catwalk. Her eyes met Elena's, young, terrified, lost. A daughter who'd loved her father despite his sins, who'd been destroyed by grief she couldn't process. Then she fell. The impact was sickening, final. Officers rushed forward, but Elena already knew what they'd find. Jessica Hale had died in the same warehouse as her father, another casualty of a war that should have ended months ago. Elena turned her face into Damien's chest, unable to watch the paramedics confirm what everyone already knew. His arms came around her, holding her while she shook. "It's over," he murmured against her hair. "It's really over now." But Elena couldn't stop seeing Jessica's face in that final moment. Not a monster, not a villain, just a broken young woman who'd loved her father and been destroyed by that love. "She was just a kid," Elena said, her voice muffled. "She was hurting and we survived." Damien pulled back, his hands framing her face. "That's not a crime, Elena. That's not something to feel guilty about. Jessica made her choices. She set that fire, she came here with a gun, she tried to kill us. We're not responsible for her pain. But we killed her father. We stopped a serial killer." His voice was firm. "There's a difference. And if feeling guilty about that, if carrying that weight, if that's the price of survival, then I'll pay it. Because the alternative was letting Hale win. Letting him destroy more families, kill more people, continue terrorizing anyone who threatened him. We did the right thing, Elena. Even if it cost Jessica her father. Even if it cost her everything." Elena knew he was right. Knew that in the impossible calculus of justice and survival, they'd made the only choice they could. But looking at Jessica's covered body, at the waste of a life destroyed by inherited rage, she couldn't help feeling the weight of it. Rodriguez approached, her expression sympathetic. "We'll need statements, but that can wait until tomorrow. Let's get you both checked out medically, then to a hotel. The brownstone is uninhabitable, and I don't want you going back to the penthouse until we've swept it for additional threats." "Do you think there are more?" Lena asked. "More of Hale's children, more people seeking revenge?" "Honestly, I don't know." Rodriguez's honesty was brutal but appreciated. "But we'll investigate thoroughly. We'll make sure you're safe." They spent the rest of the night in a hotel suite with armed guards outside the door, giving preliminary statements via phone. Elena showered, scrubbing away smoke and blood and the memory of Jessica's fall. When she emerged, Damien was sitting on the bed, staring at his hands. "I pushed you down," he said quietly. "When she raised the gun, I didn't think. Just moved. If I'd been slower, if I'd hesitated. You saved my life." Elena sat beside him, taking his hands in hers. "Again. You keep saving my life, Damien. And you keep walking into danger." His smile was crooked, exhausted. "We're quite a pair." "We are." She leaned into him, feeling the solid warmth of his body, the steady beat of his heart. "But we're alive. We survived hail, we survived his daughter, we survived another fire. That has to count for something. It counts for everything." He pulled her close, his face buried in her damp hair. "But I'm tired, Elena. I'm tired of fighting, tired of looking over my shoulder, tired of wondering when the next threat will come. I just want to live. I want to wake up next to you without fear, go to sleep without nightmares, build something that isn't defined by revenge or survival. Then that's what we'll do." Elena pulled back to look at him. "We'll rebuild the brownstone, we'll continue the foundation's work, and we'll choose happiness. Every single day. No matter what. What if there are more?" The question came out small, vulnerable. What if Hale had other children, other allies, other people who want us dead? "Then we'll deal with them." Elena's voice was steel wrapped in silk. "Together. As partners. The way we've dealt with everything else." Damien's eyes searched hers, looking for certainty, finding only fierce determination. "You're not afraid." "I'm terrified." Elena's honesty was brutal. "But I'm also done letting fear control us. We've earned our happiness, Damien. We've paid for it in blood and grief and near-death experiences. So we're going to take it. We're going to live. And if anyone tries to stop us, we'll survive them too." His laugh was broken but genuine. "You're extraordinary." "I'm stubborn." She kissed him, soft and sweet. "And I'm yours. Now and always. No matter who comes after us, no matter what threats emerge. I'm not going anywhere. Neither am I." He sealed the promise with a deeper kiss, his hands sliding into her hair. "We're in this together. Until the end." They made love slowly, carefully, reaffirming life in the most primal way. When Elena came apart beneath him, Damien's name on her lips, she felt something shift in her chest, not breaking but transforming. Fear becoming strength. Survival becoming purpose. Afterward, they lay tangled together, watching dawn break over the city through the hotel windows. "What do we do now?" Elena asked. "Now we start over." Damien's hand found hers, their fingers interlacing. "We rebuild the brownstone, we expand the foundation, we help other people get justice. And we live, Elena. We actually live." "That sounds terrifying." "It is." His smile was crooked, genuine. "But we've survived worse." Elena closed her eyes, feeling exhaustion finally pull her under. Her last thought before sleep claimed her was of her mother's face. Not the obituary photo, not the woman in the fire, but the living, laughing person who'd taught her that some things were worth fighting for. "We survived, Mom. We actually survived." Damien's arms tightened around her, and Elena let herself believe they might actually make it. Together. Epilogue, Redemption. 2 years after the fire, Elena stood in the rebuilt brownstone's 4th-floor studio and watched the sun set over Brooklyn Heights. The room looked different now. Lighter, softer, the windows replaced with glass that let in more light than her mother's old panes ever had. Evelyn's books still lined the shelves, carefully restored after the fire, but they shared space now with new volumes, new stories, new possibilities. The Evelyn Morgan Justice Foundation occupied the entire brownstone now, its staff of 12 working across all 4 floors. They'd helped 43 families in the past year alone, providing legal representation, investigating corporate corruption, supporting whistleblowers who risked everything for truth. Her mother would have been proud. "There you are." Damien's voice came from the doorway, warm and familiar. I've been looking everywhere. Elena turned, her hand instinctively moving to her rounded belly. 6 months pregnant, finally showing enough that strangers noticed. They'd waited a year after Jessica Hale's death before trying, both of them needing time to heal, to learn how to live without fear. Just thinking, she said. Dangerous occupation. But Damien's smile was genuine as he crossed to her, his arms circling her from behind, hands settling over hers on their daughter's growing presence. What about everything? How far we've come. How many people we've helped. Elena leaned back into his warmth. Whether we're ready to bring a child into this world after everything we've been through. We're ready. His voice was certain. We've built something good here, Elena. Something that matters. Our daughter will grow up knowing that justice is possible, that fighting for what's right isn't futile, that love can survive even the darkest circumstances. Elena turned in his arms, studying his face. The shadows under his eyes had faded, the tension in his jaw had eased. He looked younger now, lighter, like a man who'd finally learned to breathe freely. They'd both been in therapy for 18 months, working through trauma and grief and the complicated legacy of their parents. Help. Not perfectly, not completely, but enough. Clara, Elena said. If it's a girl, I want to name her Clara. After no one, no legacy, no ghost. Just a name that's hers alone. Clara Cross. Damien tested it, his smile widening. I like it. Fresh start, new beginning, all of that. Exactly. Elena pressed her palm against his chest, feeling his heartbeat steady and strong. We've honored the dead long enough. It's time to focus on the living. The past 2 years had been a study in reconstruction. The FBI's investigation into Hale's network had resulted in 37 indictments, with trials still ongoing. Damien had sold Cross Industries, using the proceeds to fund the foundation and establish trust funds for the families of Hale's victims. They lived modestly now. No penthouse fortress, no glass towers, just the brownstone and each other and the work that gave their survival meaning. It was enough. More than enough. The board meeting is in 20 minutes, Damien reminded her gently. They're waiting to approve the expansion proposal. Elena nodded, straightening her dress, a simple wrap style that accommodated her changing body. The foundation's board met quarterly, reviewing cases and allocating resources. Today they were voting on whether to expand operations to Boston, where a group of activists needed support investigating a corporate pollution scandal. Her mother's work continuing, growing, transforming grief into action. They descended to the second floor, where the conference room held 8 people. Lawyers, activists, investigators, all committed to the foundation's mission. Elena took her seat at the head of the table, Damien beside her, and called the meeting to order. Before we begin, she said, I want to acknowledge that today marks 2 years since the Red Hook warehouse incident. 2 years since we lost Jessica Hale, since this foundation nearly ended before it truly began. She paused, letting the weight settle. We survived, and we've used that survival to help others survive. I think that's worth noting. Murmurs of agreement around the table. Then they moved into business. Case reviews, financial reports, the expansion proposal. Elena listened, contributed, felt the satisfaction of work that mattered. This was what justice looked like, she'd learned. Not dramatic confrontations or climactic victories, but steady, patient effort. Day after day, case after case, slowly shifting the balance toward accountability. The expansion was approved unanimously. The meeting ended with plans for a fundraising gala in the spring, after the baby came. Elena shook hands, accepted congratulations, felt the warmth of community that had replaced isolation. When everyone had left, she and Damien stood alone in the conference room, the brownstone settling into evening quiet around them. Your mother would be proud, Damien said, echoing her earlier thought. So would your father. The good parts of him, anyway. Elena took his hand. The parts that wanted to build something lasting, even if he went about it terribly. They'd learned to hold complexity, to acknowledge that Victor Cross and Marcus Hale had been both monsters and humans, that Jessica had been both victim and aggressor, that justice was never as simple as good versus evil. The world was messier than that, more complicated, shot through with shades of gray that required constant navigation. But they were navigating it together. "Come on," Elena said. "Let's go home. We are home." But Damien followed her up to the third floor, to the apartment they'd created in what had been her mother's living quarters. 2 bedrooms, an open kitchen, windows overlooking the neighborhood Evelyn had loved. They'd kept some of her mother's furniture, blending it with their own choices. The result was eclectic, warm, lived-in. Home, not a museum. A place for the living, not a shrine to the dead. Elena moved to the kitchen, starting dinner while Damien set the table. This was their ritual now. Cooking together, talking about their day, the ordinary domesticity they'd fought so hard to achieve. No bodyguards, no security systems beyond standard locks, no constant vigilance. They'd chosen to live without fear, accepting the risk as the price of freedom. Some nights, Elena still woke gasping from dreams of fire. Some nights, Damien still reached for her in the darkness, needing to confirm she was real, alive, his. But those nights were growing rarer, the trauma slowly losing its grip. "I got an email from Morrison today," Damien said, chopping vegetables with the precision he applied to everything. "He's doing well in witness protection. Has a new name, new life. He wanted to thank us again for making it possible." "Good." Elena stirred pasta, the steam rising around her face. "He deserves peace. He made terrible choices, but he also helped us stop Hale. That counts for something." They'd learned to hold that complexity too, to acknowledge that Morrison had killed Victor Cross but had also provided crucial testimony. That Chen had run for 15 years but had ultimately returned. That people contained multitudes, could be both coward and hero, victim and perpetrator. Dinner was simple. Pasta, salad, bread from the bakery down the street. They ate at the small table by the window, watching Brooklyn Heights settle into evening. Lights flickered on in neighboring brownstones, families visible through windows, the ordinary machinery of life continuing. "Do you ever regret it?" Lena asked. "Giving up the penthouse, the company, the power? You could have kept all of that, built the foundation without sacrificing your empire." Damien considered, his fork pausing halfway to his mouth. "No. The empire was my father's dream, not mine. I was just maintaining it out of obligation, out of some misguided attempt to prove I could do it better than he did." He set down his fork, his hand finding hers across the table. "But this, the foundation, you, the baby coming, this is my dream. The life I actually want, not the one I inherited. Even though we're not rich anymore. We're comfortable. That's enough." His smile was crooked. "Besides, I've learned that money can't buy the things that actually matter. Peace of mind, genuine connection, the satisfaction of work that helps people. None of that has a price tag." Elena squeezed his hand, feeling tears prick her eyes. Pregnancy hormones made her emotional, but this was more than that. This was gratitude for survival, for the second chance they'd fought so hard to claim. After dinner they cleaned together, then settled on the couch with herbal tea and a documentary about corporate whistleblowers. The foundation was considering supporting one of the featured cases, and they needed to understand the details. Halfway through, Elena's phone buzzed. Agent Chen's name appeared on the screen. Her stomach tightened instinctively. 2 years later, and she still associated Chen's calls with danger. But when she answered, the agent's voice was warm, casual. "Mrs. Cross, just calling with an update. We've closed the last of the Hale-related cases. All 37 defendants have been sentenced. It's officially over." Elena's breath caught. Over. Over. No more trials, no more appeals in progress, no more threats emerging from his network. "You and Mr. Cross are completely clear." Chen paused. "You did it. You actually took down one of the most corrupt organizations in New York history and lived to tell about it. That's extraordinary." We had help. Elena's voice was thick. We couldn't have done it without you, without Morrison, without Chen's files. It was never just us. Maybe not. But you were the ones brave enough to start it. To risk everything when most people would have walked away. Chen's tone softened. Your mother would be proud, Elena. And your daughter. She's going to grow up knowing her parents fought for justice and won. That's a hell of a legacy. The call ended. Elena set down her phone, feeling something unlock in her chest, a tension she hadn't realized she was still carrying. It was really over. No more trials, no more waiting for the next threat. They were free. It's done, she told Damien, her voice wondering. All of it. We can actually move forward now without looking back. He pulled her close, his hand settling on her belly where their daughter kicked and turned. Then let's do that. Let's move forward. Let's build the life we've earned. That night, they made love slowly, carefully, Damien's hands gentle on her changing body. Elena felt tears slip down her temples as pleasure built, not from sadness but from overwhelming relief. They'd survived. They'd won. They got to have this, intimacy and trust and the promise of tomorrow. Afterward, lying in the darkness with Damien's arms around her and their daughter moving between them, Elena felt something she hadn't experienced in years. Tell me about the future, she murmured against his chest. Tell me what happens next. Next, we have a daughter. Damien's voice was soft, certain. We raise her in this house, in this neighborhood, surrounded by the work your mother started, and we continued. We teach her about justice and courage and the importance of fighting for what's right, even when it's hard. And we grow old together. We watch her grow up, maybe give her siblings if we're brave enough to try again. We expand the foundation, help more families, make a real difference. His arms tightened. We choose happiness every single day, even on the hard days. Especially on the hard days. That sounds perfect. Elena pressed her palm over his heart. That sounds like everything. It is everything. He kissed her forehead, her cheeks, her mouth. You're everything. This life we've built, it's more than I ever thought I deserved. You deserve it. Elena's voice was fierce. You've spent years atoning for sins that weren't yours, carrying guilt that belonged to your father. You deserve peace, Damien. You deserve happiness. You deserve this. His breath hitched, and she felt wetness against her hair. Tears, finally, for the boy he'd been and the man he'd become. Elena held him while he shook. This strong, controlled man who'd learned to let himself be vulnerable with her. I love you, he said when he could speak again. I love you so much it terrifies me. The thought of losing you, of something happening to you or the baby. Nothing's going to happen. Elena cupped his face, making him look at her. We're safe now. We're free. And we're going to live a long, boring, wonderfully ordinary life together. I promise. You can't promise that. Watch me. She kissed him deep and claiming. I've survived too much to die now. We both have. So we're going to live, Damien. We're going to thrive. And we're going to be so disgustingly happy that our daughter will be embarrassed by us. His laugh was broken but genuine. That does sound perfect. They fell asleep tangled together, the brownstone quiet around them, Brooklyn Heights settling into its nightly rhythms. Elena's last thought before sleep claimed her was of her mother's face. Not the obituary photo, not the woman in the fire, but the living, laughing person who'd taught her that some things were worth fighting for. We did it, Mom. We finished what you started. And we survived. 3 months later, Clara Rose Cross entered the world at 3:47 a.m. on a Tuesday morning, screaming her fury at the indignity of birth. Elena held her daughter for the first time and felt something fundamental shift in her chest, not replacing the love she felt for Damien, but expanding to accommodate this new, fierce, overwhelming devotion. She's perfect, Damien breathed, his finger stroking Clara's impossibly tiny hand. She's absolutely perfect. Clara had Elena's eyes and Damien's dark hair, and a grip that suggested she'd inherited both her parents' stubbornness. She was healthy, whole. There's Clara Rose Cross, Elena murmured, testing the name. "Welcome to the world, baby girl. We're so glad you're here." They spent 3 days in the hospital, learning to feed and change and soothe their daughter. Elena was exhausted, sore, overwhelmed, and happier than she'd ever been. This was what they'd fought for, she realized. Not just survival, not just justice, but this. The chance to bring new life into the world, to raise a child who'd never know the fear and violence that had defined her parents' early relationship. The foundation staff visited, bringing flowers and gifts and promises to handle everything while Elena recovered. Friends came, Agent Chen, now retired and working as a consultant for the foundation. Morrison, briefly emerging from witness protection to meet the baby he'd helped make possible. Even Chen's daughter, the accountant's child who'd been threatened all those years ago, now a lawyer interested in joining the foundation's work. They were building community, Elena realized. Creating a network of people committed to justice, bound together by shared purpose and hard-won survival. On their last day in the hospital, Elena stood by the window with Clara in her arms, looking out at the city. Somewhere out there, other families were fighting their own battles against corruption and violence. Other daughters were losing mothers, other sons were escaping fathers, other people were trapped in cycles of grief and rage. But some of them would find their way to the foundation. Some of them would get help, get justice, get the chance to rebuild. And maybe, if Elena and Damien did their work well, fewer families would have to fight alone. "Ready to go home?" Damien asked, appearing beside her with their hospital bags. "Ready." Elena looked down at Clara, at this tiny person who represented everything they'd fought for. "Let's take our daughter home." The brownstone welcomed them back with spring sunshine streaming through windows, fresh flowers on every surface courtesy of the staff, a bassinet set up in their bedroom. Elena settled into the rocking chair her mother had used when she was a baby, carefully restored after the fire, one of the few pieces that had survived, and began to nurse Clara. This was it, she thought. This was what victory looked like. Not dramatic confrontations or climactic moments, but quiet domesticity. A mother feeding her daughter in the house where her own mother had once rocked her. Generations of women, surviving, thriving, continuing. "I wish my mother could meet her," Elena said softly. "I wish she could see what we've built, know that her investigation led to all of this." "She knows." Damien sat on the arm of the chair, his hand on Elena's shoulder. "Wherever she is, whatever comes after, she knows. And she's proud." Elena wanted to believe that. Wanted to trust that her mother's spirit had watched over them, had guided them through the darkest moments, had celebrated their victories. Whether it was true or not didn't matter. What mattered was the legacy they were continuing, the work they were doing, the life they were building. Clara finished nursing and fell asleep against Elena's chest, her tiny body warm and trusting. Elena looked up at Damien, saw her own wonder reflected in his eyes. "We made her," she whispered. "Out of all that darkness and violence and fear, we made something beautiful. We made everything beautiful." Damien's voice was thick with emotion. "The foundation, this life, each other. We took the worst things that ever happened to us and transformed them into something that matters." "Is that redemption?" Lena asked. "Is that what we've been looking for?" "I don't know." Damien's hand found hers, their fingers interlacing around their sleeping daughter. "But it feels like peace. And maybe that's better." They sat like that as afternoon faded into evening, the three of them together in the house that had survived fire and grief and time. Outside, Brooklyn Heights settled into its evening rhythms, families coming home, lights flickering on, the ordinary machinery of life continuing. Elena thought of her mother, of Damien's father, of Jessica Hale and all the others who'd been lost to the violence they'd finally ended. She thought of the families they'd helped, the justice they'd served, the difference they'd made. And she thought of the future. Clara growing up in this house, learning about her grandmother's courage and her parents' determination. Maybe she'd join the foundation's work someday. Maybe she'd choose a different path entirely. Either way, she'd know that her parents had fought for justice and won, that love could survive even the darkest circumstances, that redemption was possible. "Thank you," Elena said to Damien. "For what?" For saving me. For choosing me. For building this life with me. She pressed her lips to Clara's downy head. For giving me everything. You gave me everything first. Damien's arms came around them both, sheltering his family. You gave me purpose, redemption, love. You gave me a reason to be better than my father, to build something that matters. You gave me this. They stayed like that until Clara woke, hungry again, demanding. Elena laughed at her daughter's imperious cries, at the beautiful tyranny of new parenthood. This was life now. Messy, exhausting, overwhelmingly good. The foundation would continue its work. The brownstone would fill with staff and clients and the daily business of justice. Elena and Damien would raise their daughter, maybe have more children, grow old together in the house where it had all begun. They would choose happiness, every single day, no matter what. 'Cause that was what victory looked like. Not an ending but a beginning. Not revenge but redemption. Not survival but life. Messy and complicated and shot through with joy. Elena looked at Damien, at Clara, at the home they'd built from ashes and grief and stubborn hope. And she smiled. They'd made it. Against all odds, despite every obstacle, through fire and violence and loss, they'd made it to the other side. Together. Always together. End.